The Philippines is a very beautiful country. Just look at the beauty that nature has given us. We also have very talented and good people. But sadly, we just have really bad systems. We have a closed economic system that favors the oligarchy and discourages investors, resulting in extremely high unemployment and forces millions of our people to look for jobs abroad, while being away from their families and loved ones for so many years. We have a unitary system that is too centralized around the capital and has resulted in too much overcrowding and extreme traffic congestion in Metro Manila, and has led to the neglect and underdevelopment of the regions, provinces, and the rest of the country. We have a lousy presidential system that has resulted in pork barrel politics, substandard and embarrassing low-quality politicians, high corruption, dynastic politics based on name recall, and celebrities using their popularity to get elected despite not being the most qualified for the job. But guess what? These systems can be changed. These lousy systems can be fixed. We just simply need to fix the flaws of the 1987 Constitution as a starting point. We need to open up to foreign direct investors so that they come in and set up factories and offices and hire Filipinos and pay them decent wages in the Philippines, so that there won't be a need to go abroad and be away from their families. We need federalism in order to respect the country's different ethnic identities, languages, and cultures, and to spread out the jobs and opportunities to the rest of the country to develop the regions and decongest the overcrowded Metro Manila. We need a parliamentary system in order to emphasize parties and platforms and lessen personality politics to improve the quality of our politicians, where competence is valued over popularity and name recall. We can do this if we really want our country to succeed. We can improve our system. Others have done it. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do it too. Support constitutional reform for a better and improved Philippines and a better future for our children and our children's children. Let's correct the Constitution now.
I don't want to start any blasphemous rumors, but I think Monzot's got a sixth sense of humor, and when I die, I expect to find him laughing.
We have been left behind. Many of our people continue to live in squalor and poverty, so many of them living in overcrowded misery and suffering at the capital, where the slums of the poor surround the tall buildings of the wealthy, where everyone, rich and poor, suffers from the oppression of over-centralization. But we are blessed with a beautiful country, and we have the potential for great progress and prosperity. All we need is a new beginning to bring us a better tomorrow. We must welcome job-creating foreign direct investors. We need federalism to decongest the capital and develop the regions. We need a parliamentary system for long-term leadership and sustainable good governance. The Philippines needs constitutional reform.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I really thank all of you for being here. Good morning, and my name is Orion Perez Dumdum, and I'm here, and I have a good guest here in the show. Actually, it's you've seen him before, talking about federalism as well as the parliamentary system. And what we're going to be talking about right now is basically foreign direct investments. Why is it good? Why do we need that in the Philippines? What do we need to do to get more of these? And basically talk about the misconceptions about foreign direct investments and really basically explain why those misconceptions are wrong and why we really desperately need more foreign direct investors in the Philippines. So without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome my partner in crime in this little endeavor to educate more and more Filipinos about the need for constitutional reform. Would you please welcome Mr. Emmanuel Doy Santos? Hi there, Doy.
Hi,
Kumusta?
Ron.
Hi.
Good
So,
morning. Good morning. How are you?
good morning, and good afternoon to you. I know it's already 1 p.m. there in Adelaide,
Yes.
huh?
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Doy basically he's a civil servant in one of the states of Australia. That's in South Australia. So he has a very clear view about the kinds of stuff that we in the correct movement have been pushing and advocating. So parliamentary system, federalism, as well as
Yeah.
openness to foreign direct investments. So he basically he works in the prime minister of the office of the prime minister in South Australia. So you don't call him a prime minister if
Mm-hmm.
it's a state. So it's the premier's office and the cabinet office as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he has full
Mm-hmm.
view of how things work there.
And yeah, yeah, yeah. And I developed economic policy as a result of being
Indeed.
here. In back in 2013, I crafted the economic statement of the government at the time, and was thanked personally by the Premier of South Australia, Jay Weatherall, who autographed my copy for me.
Wow,
So
that's nice.
yeah,
That's
no,
nice.
that's right. I've been doing this for quite a while now. My background is I'm a development economist trained in the UP School of Economics, and also a public policy analyst trained in Carnegie Mellon University, Australia. Yeah,
Wow,
and I'm doing
wow,
my
wow.
PhD now with on innovation. So this is sort of the type of stuff that's my bread and butter. I deal with economic policies day in and day out. And South Australia
Awesome.
itself was the hub of manufacturing in the 1950s during
Oh,
in the lead
wow.
up to World War II, and then afterwards the Korean War. So we went through a process of industrialization. Prior to that, it was just minerals and wool exports to Korea. Copper was the primary commodity. And then in the 1970s, the process of liberalization began, and there was a decline in manufacturing as a result. And so we've been trying to search for an economic, been trying to move to a different model of economic growth. Prior to the 70s, you see, South Australia had the lowest unemployment rate in the
Wow.
country. There was practically full employment, and that was due to the fact that we had a car manufacturing industry here. We had a lot of industries, but this had to change, and so a lot of the protectionist tariffs started to go down. A lot of the liberalization reforms started to happen, and so I guess you could liken us to what happened in the Midwest in the United States. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
we've been grappling with this problem of deindustrialization for decades now, and we've
Mm-hmm.
so we've yeah, and trying to modernize our economy. So these are the types of policy questions that I engage in regularly, and yeah, and so I'm happy to be here in this discussion and to be part of it
That's
with you.
great. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we're
Thank you for
very
inviting me
lucky to
back.
have. No
Yeah, to
worries,
discuss
man. I
these
mean,
issues.
no
Yeah.
worries, mate.
Mhm.
So, I mean, really, we're really happy to have you. I mean, man, you're an expert in all this stuff. So, and you're soon going to be a doctor. So, I mean, it's great to have you here because with all the knowledge that you have. No, and I'm really concerned. I mean, I'm really curious also about how the liberalization thing happened in Australia, because I know it
Yeah,
actually happened not under the more so-called right-wing group, but it was actually the Labor
not
Party that
yeah,
actually
yeah,
started. It was more like it started. I think it was initiated by Gough Whitlam, and then later on, you had Bob Hawke and Paul Keating sort of
yes,
following through with
yes,
those
that's
liberalization
right.
efforts. And you'd normally think that it
Yeah.
would have been the Liberal Party in Australia that would have done that, but no, it's actually the
Hmm.
Labor
Hmm.
Party that did it. So it's like, wow.
Actually, ironically, here in at least in my state, we had a conservative premier for decades.
Okay,
The
okay.
conservatives were the ones who promoted the idea of industrialization through
Mm-hmm.
state-led development, and under the Playford era here in SA. So, but and then it was actually the Tories that did it. But then under, because you see, all these reforms included industrial relations, it included, and to get those reforms to stick, it really has to come from the party that represents the labor unions. So that was the Hawke Keating Labor Party in the 1980s at the federal level.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Um,
yes.
and so and so since that time, those policies remain, um, and were managed in a quick succession. So much so that by the 1990s, when John Howard came into office, he had a budget surplus. He was able to initiate his own reforms on top of that, which included tax reform. But all the stuff like with currency, manage, floating the Aussie dollar. Lots of changes were made. Import tariffs were allowed to come down. Wage setting was deregulated in a way. All of that was done under that 80s era, and then all the way to the 90s under Howard. So we've benefited, and actually it led to a productivity boom, which lifted the living standards of Australians to, from the 50s, where we were, you might say, second world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we weren't quite as advanced as America was in terms of our living standards, to about the late 90s, early 2000s, where we became equal, if not even fact better than the living standards in the US. If you factor in all sorts of things like healthcare,
Mm-hmm.
education, all of those things
That's
into
right.
account.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Or at
Yeah.
or at least rival them. We already caught up with them. Kumbaga.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if you're
Yeah.
familiar with
Yeah.
this. There was this event, I think in the early 80s, where Lee Kuan Yew himself made what would appear to be a disparaging comment about
Yes.
how
Yes.
he said, if if Australia does not liberalize, it will become a country full of of Asia's poor
Rednecks.
white trash. He said, yeah, it
Poor
would
white
become a
trash.
country of
Yes.
it would be Asia's poor country of poor white trash. And actually, a lot of Australians
Yeah, we'd
are
be the
very
yeah.
thankful to Lee Kuan Yew, rather than saying, who the hell is that guy telling us to, who's this insulting us? Ang sabi nila, it's like,
Yeah.
thank you for reminding us and waking us up that we needed to do this. That when he died, a lot of Australians gave tribute to him about the need for these reforms now, and it's like it spurred them
Mm.
on to do that. So that's what I recall about about that liberalization effort. So I see that you have some slides, and we can actually share them. Let me know when you want me to put them on. Um, so we have the slides.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can start off with the first slide right now, Ryan.
Okay, okay.
So um, so I'm going to basically talk about uh, the Philippines and its constitution from the point of view of political economy. So it's really about constitutional political economy of foreign investment in the Philippines. The Philippines, as you will see in the first slide, no, is ranked as the fourth most restrictive in the world by the OECD, the Organization of Rich Countries, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in their 2019 rankings. No, the only countries that are more restrictive than us to foreign investment in this sample of countries were Libya, Algeria, and the Palestinian Authority, right? Of course, there's a trade embargo in Palestine, right? That, trade is restricted there. So imagine they're the only ones that beat us in terms of being restrictive to foreign investment. Our restrictiveness, and I believe Correct Movement has popularized this restrictiveness index, amongst your followers. When I calculated our restrictiveness index, which is a measure of how we prevent foreign investment from coming in, is more than 3 standard deviations away from the average of the OECD. Now, sabi mo, ano ba ang standard deviation na yan? Ang ibig lang sabihin yan is that, kasi kung minsan may gap pa, no? Pero sabihin mo, hindi, halos hindi naman ganun ka-significant yung effect niyan. Hindi naman siguro ganyang kalaki yung agwat. Baka naman close to the average tayo. Walang statistical significant difference dyan. Plus or minus, nandun lang tayo sa bandwidth. Pero 3 standard deviations is quite significant na. It's pag more than 2, significant na yun usually. And this significant deviation has real-world consequences. Okay, real-world consequences. So the way we restrict foreign investment has real-world consequences, because as you'll see in my second slide, the Philippines is ranked 10th in the East Asia and Pacific region in 2018, according to data compiled by the World Bank. You can go to Google and, Public Data Explorer and produce this same chart, which is what I did. All this data is publicly accessible. Our inward flows of FDI, or foreign direct investment, was about 2% of GDP in that chart. So this is roughly the same as the weighted mean of 1.7 based on the World Bank's data bank of all countries, not just the ones in that chart. So sabihin mo, okay, malaki ang restriction natin, mataas ang restrictive index, mababa ang foreign direct investment. Dito pa lang makikita natin na may inverse correlation. Ibig sabihin, the higher the restrictiveness index goes, the lower the FDI goes. Magkabaliktad ang direksyon, no? So, ang ibig lang sabihin yan is that dahil napakahigpit natin magpapasok ng foreign investment sa ating bansa, no? Mababa ang investment na nangyayari. So for some people, common sense lang yon, di ba?
Yes.
But for some of our leaders in Congress, kini-question pa nila, sasabihin nila na, well, correlation does not equate to causation.
Paborito ng mga anti-reform yan, lalo na yung mga komunista at saka Makabayan pa, Ipot Foundation, Ibon Foundation, yan. Yung mga yan, ulit-ulit na sasabihin, just because we're restrictive doesn't mean that's the reason why. And then they will try to point to other causes, forgetting that some of those other proximate causes are actually caused by the restrictiveness to begin with. So
that's right. I just want to correct, no? Because I said earlier the world average is 1.7. That is the weighted mean. But what I have on the chart is the arithmetic mean. So if you if you don't weight it by the size of the economy, you just get the averages of all countries. It's actually 4.16. So we're way below the arithmetic mean. We're statistically equal to the mean, for the weighted mean, weighted by the size of the countries of the percentage of GDP. So So we are, kumbaga, below average sa klase, or just average at best. Below average to average at best. So, papayag ba tayo ng ganyan na yung ating direct investment, average to below average, no? We are half what the arithmetic mean is of the world's, lahat ng bansa yan, including Africa yan, including the poorer countries of the world. Although sometimes you might say investment is faster in those countries. Pero lahat na yan, hindi lang East Asia and the Pacific. So, papayag ba tayo ng ganon? But then some people will say, kailangan ba talaga ng foreign direct investment? Hindi ba na lang pwedeng mag-rely na lang tayo sa sariling sikap at ang ating mga negosyante rito na, sila na lang ang mag-invest, no? Huwag na lang natin i-restrict sa foreigners, di ba? Kasi, maraming katwiran na gano'n na sasabihin na lang, magpo-point sila ng example. Yung mga foreign investment na yan, wala naman, we, like Japan,
wala naman sila emotional attachment.
Attachment sa Pilipinas. Or sasabihin nila like, bakit ang Japan, ang Korea, ang Taiwan, they generated the investment internally, and why can't we? Parang ganon. So when you've raised the communists on the one hand, but then there are also the business capitalist elite and the other in the Philippines who are against these restrictions, diba? So kasi let's be clear, right now in the Constitution, what are the restricted sectors? They include mining, utilities, education, ano pa ba?
Advertising
advertising, media, the professional services. You are restricted to 40% if you're a foreign investor. Hanggang 40%, yun yung cap. That is hard-coded in the Constitution.
Kung advertising, 30% nga eh.
Yeah.
30% eh. Tapos if it's media, zero. Hindi ka pwede.
Sorry. Tama. And then in terms of land ownership, bawal din ang mga foreigners na bumili ng lupa sa Pilipinas. So, yun ang restrictions na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. And bakit ganon? Few people will know this, Ryan, that these foreign restrictions didn't just start in the 87 Constitution.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They were there they were also there in the 72 Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
They were there in the 1935 Constitution as well.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Well, actually, what happened is the 1935 Constitution was more limited kasi only to public utilities and parang I think mining eh. Parang ganun lang. Tapos nag-expand siya sa 1973 Constitution na nasama yung media. Pagdating ng 1987 Constitution, parang na-expand pa lalo as in like, wow, ang daming, dumami yung mentions, like sectors. The number of, and just sheer number of provisions in the Constitution. It's like we ended up with, I think, 4 or 5 mentions of it in the Constitution, whereas in the past, it was only one line that mentioned it.
Yeah.
So,
it had its own section, di ba? National Patrimony, yun yung section sa 87. So you can trace the development, as you said, lumawak ang scope. Pero few people will know that this traces back all the way to the founding of the American colonial system in the Philippines back in the early 1900s, in 1902, the Philippine Organic Act was passed under the Americans. So that is like the constitution for the Philippines as a colony of the United States. So in 1902, what happened was that to appease the anti-imperialists in the US led by the Democrats, whose constituents were from the South, the sugar planting South regions of the United States, to gain and also to gain the allegiance of Filipino gentry, who were waging a revolution, or a war with the United States. American interests were prohibited from setting up in the colony. This is according to Lakshmi Iyer and Noel Maurer in a 2008 paper published by the Harvard Business School. They put it this way, no? Sabi nila, in order to get the Philippine Organic Act of 1902 passed, these opponents, President Teddy Roosevelt had to agree to clauses which restricted American corporations from owning more than 1,000 hectares of land.
1,024.
24 hectares of land, or 2,500 acres of land. Prevented the national banking system in the US from extending to the islands, and restricted the ability of the insular government to grant mining claims or other franchises. These restrictions served to ensure that the U.S. administration was not subject to capture by private American economic interests. So I think we can. So that was why the Americans restricted their own countrymen and businesses from investing in the Philippines at that time. You might say, wow, this is contrary, to their, why did they colonize us to begin with? Kung ganon. It was because they needed an outpost at the doorstep of Asia. And they were afraid that Subic and Clark could not be defended properly if they didn't control the entire Philippines. They were afraid that Emilio Aguinaldo could not provide stable government. So, remember, the Americans smuggled Aguinaldo in, they were exiled in Hong Kong. They smuggled them in. They sold them arms, etc. But they were afraid that he would not provide stable government. So sinakop na nila ang Pilipinas. They annexed the country from Spain, and there were maraming tutol sa states, no, because of they were afraid that the sugar planters, the sugar growers in the Philippines would compete with their own farmers. Mm-hmm. Kasi mas mura siguro kasi yung labor dito mura.
That's right.
So sabi nila, para hindi ma-capture yung gobyerno, the American colonial government would not be captured by these business interests, they restricted them from entering. It's really very unique in the history of colonialism na nangyari yon. So they prevented the colonial insular government from issuing mining permits and other franchises, so like utilities.
If I can interject, no, so lumalabas dito, no, parang kumbaga contrary yung historical facts dun sa mga kabulukan na kinukwento lagi ng mga leftists na parang kapag laging imperialist, laging yan, they will come in to exploit
colonial mentality. Colonial mentality, di ba?
Iko-colonize tayo lahat, gusto nilang i-control tayo. Sila mismo nga ang mga Amerikano nga mismo ang nagsabi na bawal kayong pumasok. Kayo mga bawal kayong pumasok sa Pilipinas ng sobra-sobra. May limit kayo O kung sa land kayo, 1,024 hectares lang kayo Parang ganoon. Tapos basta ang daming restrictions. In fact, even in the Spanish era, the Spaniards actually also put a lot of restrictions to prevent the Spaniards or even the Chinese from coming in, and they actually said that so yung mga haciendas, a lot of them were owned by religious orders, but Spanish families could not come in to own land unless they married a Filipino. Same thing with the Chinese immigrants. You had to marry a Filipina and become baptized as a Catholic. Then you can own land. Ganon yung nangyari. So the Spaniards were, kumbaga, the Spaniards and Americans were both what you would say, parang benevolent. May pagka-benevolent conquerors nga silang dalawa di ba?
Yeah, in that same paper that I quoted, they talk about the fact that during the Spanish colonial era, because of certain abuses that were committed, the Spanish citizens were banned from going inland. So, ang naging administrators nung Spanish colonial era were the friars.
Friars, yes, yes.
So they were the ones who actually collected taxes, and then eventually they administered the land, no, the agricultural estates. No, they eventually, because they accumulated wealth through baptisms by charging, for all of these services. They also collected the tax. So, syempre, they kept a portion of it to administer. So they were, in fact, the face of the Spanish crown to local Filipinos, and that's why when the revolution was sparked, the Filipinos took over the friar lands, and that was one reason why the revolution spread, because the tillers of the soil, they were told, you can occupy the friar lands. So the vast amounts of the productive land during that time, because they invested in it, they made it productive as well. There were a bunch of agricultural reformers during the liberal era, the 1800s, that cultivated tobacco, all of those things. So sinakop ng mga farmers, and then they were said, as long as you pay taxes on your you will be granted ownership of that land. But what happened under the American colonial period was that because America entered the Treaty of Paris with Spain, they, under the terms of that treaty, they had to respect the property rights of these ecclesiastical orders.
Yes.
The Dominicans, the Recoletos, the Augustinians. And so they had to figure out now what to do with these lands. Now, it was a very contentious time because that was the spark of the revolution. So the Americans were very careful. So what they ended up doing was paying the friars for a premium for the lands, and then to convince them to go. And then they had the decision of what should we do? How should we distribute this? So the Americans undertook land reform during that time. But the problem was that they couldn't subsidize it to the fullest extent, because when Lakshmi Iyer and Noel Maurer computed what it would cost them, it was the equivalent of their entire defense budget in the Philippines at that time. So they paid a premium on the one hand, and then they said, okay, we're going to give it to the farmers at something like 2.5 times the annual income of that land. But they have to pay us back. And then there were all these costs in terms of cadastral surveying, in terms of contestations of land titles, etc., legal costs. That wasn't cheap at that time. So much so that the local Filipinos, it was too costly for them. And there was so much land because there were only 6 million Filipinos at the time. There was a Homestead Act where they allowed the Filipinos to just go out, and the Americans also could issue titles, pero may cost din yun. What eventually happened, according to this Harvard paper, was that a lot of the poorer families just squatted on the land that they were tilling. And they still received the benefits such as irrigation, etc. So actually, in one of my slides, the next chart, makikita doon na land ownership actually went down instead of up. Next, next slide. So that's East Asia and the Pacific. Skip the next few slides. Skip that one. That one.
This one?
So as you can see, they produced this this chart. Now, what does this chart show us? So think of this as like the distribution of land. If you draw a 45-degree line from the base of this, from 0 to the top right corner up there, that would mean that land is being distributed equally. No? If you draw a straight line from the bottom left to the upper right. Now, the farther you stray from that 45-degree line, the less equal is the distribution. No? The less equal, the more unequal, the more concentrated ownership of land was. So this is a Lorentz curve for cultivated land. friar land provinces only. So ang nangyayari, in 1903, before the Americans instituted this under the Taft Commission's recommendations, nakikita mo, the dark black line, that's the way land was distributed in the Philippines. You can see it's very far from the 45-degree line. The closer it is to the bottom, the more concentrated. But as you can see, after their attempt at land reform, anong nangyari? It became less concentrated for the upper 75%. So from 75% of the population, the top 25% started to, they were the only ones who could afford, you see, to pay for the land, all those titling, surveying, cadastral, and the price of the land itself, 2.5 times the annual. So the Chinese mestizo class at the time were the ones who were leading the revolution as well.
Yes.
No, they were the ones that the gentry class. They were yung mga principales, kung tawagin. Sila yung nakabili from the Americans and napatitulo nila yung mga estates ng mga friars, the most productive land. But as you can see, the bottom 75%, actually it got worse. Naging less equal pa nga. So these guys got land at the expense of the bottom 75%. I hope that's clear. So that was under the American administration because we had poor property titling rights. The Spanish didn't leave us a very good system. And so it was very costly to create these property rights. In fact, the title of the article is The Cost of Property Rights. So much so na land, so from the friars, so ilang orders lang naman yung may-ari nung time ng mga Kastila, it transferred to the wealthy principales, the landed gentry. And they were the ones under the American colonial period who then ran for the assembly, the National Assembly.
Yes.
Nung tinayo na yung so the Americans under the policy of attraction, they wanted to show the benevolence. No, they introduced elections. I think 1910 or 1911 was the first election. So, sinong nakatakbo ron? And remember, universal suffrage was just male and may mga conditionalists pa yon. So, they occupied Congress. No? So, and then sila ngayon yung nakinabang dun sa policy of attraction, restricting Americans to invest in the Philippines. Sino ngayon ang nakapagtayo ng mga mining, ng mga utilities na yan, yung mga prangkisa? Sinong nag-i-issue niyan? Yung Kongreso, di ba? Yung national government.
Elites ng Pilipinas.
So sila yung nakapagtayo niyan. And so by the time 1935 came in, and pinagdadebatihan na nila yung Constitution, pinasok na nila yung mga provision na yun. They made it such that yung 40% na yan, actually during the 1935 constitutional debates, some of them wanted even a lower cap. Some of them wanted 100%. Retail, they wanted to restrict it as well. So ganun ang nangyari po. All because of the starting point, no? If so that's where the Philippine system became captured by the local elites. When they became national, then they took national office through the Congress set up by the Americans. And the problem in the Philippines was that representative government was introduced by the Americans through elections before responsible government. So by the time that create nila yung civil service, ando na yung mga principales, hawak na nila ang national office. So sila na ang naglagay ng mga tao nila doon. And so the civil service was not professionalized under the Americans because they were wanting to make it as Filipino as possible. So na-capture na. So even to the point na pati yung banking system natin, which the Americans prevented, their Federal Reserve System, kinapture din nila yon. And there's a whole, history of how the elites the oligarchs used that to use it for their own financial gain. No, so all of that is traced back to 1903, and it goes all the way. You can trace a line from that all the way to 1987. This is the reason why. This is the origin story of our constitutional bans. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit may restriction. It's not nationalism. Well, it's a distorted kind of nationalism. It's a specific kind. It's there to protect a certain group of people at the expense of the rest. In fact, I have a quote. If you go back a slide, Ryan. No?
Yeah.
Which one? Go back a slide. One more slide. Here. This is a quote from an American banker. He said, throughout both democratic and dictatorial periods, the Philippines has followed a pattern. In that pattern, an unholy alliance of a traditional landed class, an inefficient and protected industrial right, and a pseudo-nationalistic left have combined to protect and subsidize a relatively uncompetitive
and monopolistic economy.
Competitive and monopolistic economy. To emphasize import substitution and to subsidize a labor elite at the expense of incredible unemployment and agrarian backwardness. So yun ang katotohanan talaga, unholy alliance. And nakikita pa rin natin yung unholy alliance na yan ngayon during the debates in Congress, where you see yung mga leftists opposing
the pseudo-nationalistic left.
Pseudo-nationalist.
Tumpak talaga to si Overholt. Grabe, oh. Tumpakski.
This is nothing new. This has been with us since the founding of our republic, you might say, since the origins. And it all started because this group of people, we could say, gained market power, what economists call market power. Now, under a capitalist system, a certain amount of concentration of wealth is needed in order to foster entrepreneurial risk-taking. Diba? Yeah. You cannot take risk unless you have a certain amount of wealth. Totoo yan. Pero ang nangyayari sa Pilipinas is over-concentration of wealth and power. So to the point that instead of being productive and competitive and innovative, what they do is they control competition, because although that competition will benefit society as a whole, it will not benefit them. It will not benefit them. So rather than having a true sense of nationalism, which is hayaan natin talagang usbong ang let 1,000 flowers bloom. Let small and medium enterprises benefit of foreign investments by being part of their supply chain and thereby growing the economy and lifting wages. Hindi. Let's restrict it to 40% and let's still be in charge and call the shots, because that way we will never be taken off our perch as the rulers of this impoverished country, rulers that that have been there since time immemorial.
Gusto nila big fish in a small pond sila.
Gusto nila ganun. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng market power. Instead of productive activity, rent-seeking activity.
Rent-seeking, yes, rent-seeking. Kasi nangyayari sa kanila, instead of, it would have been a different story if they're very competitive and they do so based on merit, no? So
yes.
Dahil sa galing nila na sila yung nasa taas, ang nangyayari, hinaharang nila yung ibang tao na may chance na umakyat. Ito sila naman, sitting pretty lang, walang ginagawa. Buti sana kung hardworking sila, hindi eh. Sitting pretty lang sila eh. So walang ginagawa rin. So parang tamad din naman sila eh. So walang nangyayari.
I would like to counter the argument na sinasabi ng mga ibang left. So that's from the right. That's the reason why they are opposed to liberalizing investment. But from the left, iba yung agenda nila. What they want is to nationalize, to industrialize by nationalizing all of the sectors. Gusto nila the state will control
State-owned
these
lahat.
things.
Gusto nila.
Yeah, so from mining, everything, utilities, i-nationalize na, i-renationalize. Now, the Philippines has gone through several periods of that. Prior to Magsaysay, there were a lot of state-owned enterprises. And so under the guidance of the World Bank, privatize yon in the late 50s. This is after the Filipino First policy, this was, this is pre-Garcia. No? So maraming privatize nung time na yon. And then during the Marcos era, ang dami ring state-owned enterprises because siniquester niya yung mga oligarch-owned enterprises like ABS-CBN. He had to counterbalance their weight in politics. So he set up these state-owned enterprises and created monopolies. That was again liberalized under Cory. So ang gusto ng mga kaliwa, mga tibak is i-renationalize uli yan. So we go through another cycle of that, no? And they point to the experience of East Asia, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. As the exemplars for how to do this. Now, what I would like to do is counter that argument, kasi pseudo-nationalist nga, by quoting from this book. This is I'm not sure if you can see this, but the book by Chalmers Johnson, MITI, the Ministry of International Trade and Investment. This is the source book for all those people who are this is the Japanese
industries. The people who are
the Japanese miracle.
The people who are based on the protectionist national industries model.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just say first, no? One of the problems with people, particularly the leftists, is the leftists have this idea of state-led industrialization. So they want everything owned by the state. But that's not even what was done in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, because they didn't do state-owned. It was privately owned by businessmen and industrialists, local businessmen, local industrialists. So it's a different story. So it's private. It's private equity, and it happened because these three countries are countries in which they meet the requirements or the prerequisites necessary to make that happen, which is high domestic savings, high level of entrepreneurial ability and aptitude, high level of scholarship in technical STEM areas, so that people will be local people will be already pre-trained in what's necessary for industrialization. But the Philippines does not meet that, and so did many countries in Southeast Asia. So bakit nila pinipilit ang hindi naman kaya, which is like we don't meet those prerequisites that Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan had. And they're trying to put yung square round square hole or the other way around. So ganun ang ginagawa nila. So nakakainis.
Ryan, let me read from this first.
Go ahead.
You get what I'm and it's I don't have a slide for this. The term for that is industrial policy. What Ebon Foundation talks about is regulating our manufacturing. What they're talking about is industrial policy. Okay, okay. Because there are three ways you can manage an economy from underdevelopment to highly developed. One is just the market friendly, no? So just promote business friendly climate, meaning get out of the way, let the markets dictate what sectors will be invested in, what commodities to trade in. The second one is industrial policy, where the state tries to determine what the structure of the economy is and plans it accordingly through deliberate actions that sort of either distort the market or correct for market failures. Okay. And then the third one is the investment profit nexus, where we just open for business where there's a profit to be made, where there's investment that will lead to profits, and then the state will just try to promote that. That's sort of where we are now. But during the intervening period in the 50s to 70s, it was industrial policy that was paramount among Filipino elite as well. They wanted to copy Japan. So these three models are according to Peter Evans, the author of another book. But anyway, let me quote this about industrial policy in Japan. This is from the book, no? Miti and the Japanese Miracle. He says, industrial policy is an indigenous Japanese term, not to be found in the lexicon of Western economic terminology. Ozaki makes one important point clear. Industrial policy is a reflection of economic nationalism, with nationalism understood to mean giving priority to the interest of one's own nation, but not necessarily involving protectionism, trade controls, or economic warfare. Yun kasi ang gusto nilang gawin eh. I-protect yung ating domestic industry, mag-erect ng trade barriers, and to engage in economic warfare with our trading partners. It does not necessarily involve those things. Nationalism may mean those things, but it is equally possible that free trade will be in the national economic interest during particular periods, as was true of Japan during the 1970s. All right? So, yun ang sinasabi rito is that ang nationalism, hindi naman ibig sabihin na proprotektahin natin ang mga industriya ng Pilipinas, bibigyan natin ng trade protection, trade barriers, hindi. It could mean opening up. The difference between the Japanese system and the communist system, according to Chalmers, is that in Russia, they adopted a plan irrational. Plan irrational. Hindi rational. So it was not, they didn't have a system of price mechanisms to determine how much to produce and how to allocate resources. And they were just, it was just an irrational system. Central planning.
Arbitrary.
Yes. So as a result, na-industrialize nga sila, but at a certain point, nag-collapse yun. Because it was too complicated and complex. And but what Japan adopted was a plan rationale. It was rational planning, which adopted what they called market conforming mechanisms. So they used the market when it suited them, but they also adopted policies that would intervene when it wasn't in the national interests to engineer what you said, savings, through their postal bank, which offered high savings. But they also had he talks about there was a whole system of foreign exchange control, the Foreign Currency Act, which is in my next slide, I think. Or maybe not. I'm not sure.
We check.
Pero yung foreign international exchange controls was set up. The Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Control Law of 1949 had given the government the power to concentrate all foreign exchange earned from exports to be sold to a foreign exchange bank within 10 days of its acquisition. That's what happened in Japan. So, yung foreign exchange na yun was required to be sold back to the government, and the government then used the foreign exchange to invest in industrialization. Whereas in the Philippines, under our system of import substitution, the import quotas were bartered and sold at huge profits. And then instead of using that to import machinery and equipment, it was used to import finished products. Why? because the landed elite who gained the windfall from exporting agricultural products wanted to buy consumer goods with it. They wanted to display their wealth. No?
Okay.
Now,
Okay. Yes.
I have firsthand, well, not firsthand, but my great grand uncle owned a bank in the up to the 70s called the Manufacturers Bank. He was a Chinese businessman. Macario Chu was his name. My dad's middle name is Q. So
Okay.
kami. My dad would tell me na umuwi siya from the central bank. Bit-bit niya mga kahon-kahon ng pera sa lapi. So, ang galing yon. Binenta yung import quota, yung import license, the license to import. So supposedly yung license, because that was instituted after the war, because of the Bell Trade Act, there was free trade happening. Ang ginawa ng mga Filipinos, they took advantage of it. They took all our foreign reserves, invested it. This is documented by Paul Hutchcroft in his book, Witty Capitalism. Osmania did this. They use it for their private business. They never paid it back. This created a balance of payments crisis.
Oh my
And
gosh.
this led to the imposition of import controls, which led to fast growth. It's true, because some of that did go into industrialization finally. But a lot of it was wasted and squandered. So unlike in Japan, where they were required to sell all the foreign exchange back to the government-owned bank, and then the government determined where to invest that money. In the Philippines, the system was gamed, the system was thwarted, the system was abused. So much so that the Philippines was late in coming to this game. Latin America had already been doing this. So our industrialization was shallow and narrow, and it didn't really expand that much. But nevertheless, we grew in the 50s. I think I have I have a slide to show that. But so ganun ang nangyari, and it was primarily because the bureaucrats followed the politicos. They were the ones who appointed them in the first place. And the politicos also controlled the wealth in our country. This is political economy, okay? We're talking about constitutional political economy. Kaya nakasulat yan sa constitution natin. It's because the people who wrote that represented the people, not the people, but the people who really mattered, which are the oligarchs.
The elites, the oligarchs. Yeah.
So isipin mo, the bureaucracy was weak. Unlike in Japan, where the bureaucrats were the descendants of the shogun under the Tokugawa period. And in fact, the term for bureaucrat, when you were appointed as one, you were called kan, K-A-N, which comes from the Chinese original term, which meant you were you were a representative of the emperor. You actually did not represent the government. So monarchic constitution pa kasi sila nung time na yun, ano? This preceded the Meiji Constitution. This preceded the Diet. This preceded the the political parties in Japan. So they were there. So if the friars under Spain, it was the shogun under yung mga samurai. Shogun under the traditional the emperor. And then nung pumasok na sa Meiji Restoration, the modernization of Japan, then they became the bureaucrats. So the business people and these bureaucrats occupied most of the seats in the upper house of the Diet, the peer, yung parang House of Lords.
House of Peers.
Yes, but because they were civil servants, they knew how to use the parliamentary procedures more than the aristocrats. Yung mga lords na kasama nila doon. Yung
mga daimyo.
Oo. So therefore, they were more prominent doon. So they were able to develop policy in Japan in a coherent, cohesive, and continuous manner. Unlike in the Philippines, where it was a democracy, pero there was no. So the parties in Japan developed later, and they tended to represent. They were seen as representing local interests lang yan. Whereas the kan, they were representing the national interests. So they were developing the policy. Kaya
If I'm not
MITI to
mistaken, that word, MITI, I think, refers to Ministry of International Trade and
and
Industry, right?
investment. A very
Yeah.
powerful
Yeah.
economic agency which coordinated economic policy in Japan.
Mm.
So,
Yung
kaya
CAN,
hindi natin ma-imitate, kaya hindi natin makopya ang developmental model. Now, ganito kasi yun eh. Gusto nilang maging Japan tayo, Korea, Taiwan.
oo nga eh.
And by the way, Korea and Taiwan were colonies of Japan. So,
Yes, that's right.
they
They
had
were.
the same system in place, no? So, kaya mahirap gayahin eh. Is because iba yung political economy sa Japan, iba yung naging nangyari sa Pilipinas. Iba yung origin points. So, parang tinatawag dyan sa economics is path dependency yan eh. Dahil nagsimula ka na dyan sa path na yan, it's very hard to change. Nandun na yun eh. Parang naka-built in na yung sistema na yun. So, we've had this system for over 120 years now, or close to 120 years in the Philippines. So, mahirap baguhin. So, kahit magkaroon pa ng manalo pa ang NPA or whatever.
Hindi nila
ang sistema nila is non-irrational, patterned after the Russians. So, do we want to follow that irrational planning? This is very difficult to copy in the Philippines. We have a totally different system. Horses for courses. Ika nga, round hole in a round. I used to be an advocate of trying to imitate this, but then I just realized we don't have a professional bureaucracy. In the Philippines, the bureaucrats are looked down upon, just like in the US and in Britain, where, well, less so in Britain, but like in the US, they say, in Australia, they say we're just bludgers, we're just living off the taxpayer dollar, lazy, but in Japan, they're venerated. In fact, some of the novels, some of the telenovelas are centered around the lives of bureaucrats. So, ganun ka-fascinated ang mga Hapon sa mga, kasi nga, it goes back to the imperial age, yung mga shogun.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the word for kan or quan in Mandarin.
Yes.
But I think that's
not very...
I think that's the one, and it means it's the word that refers to a Mandarin. So
Mandarin is what I mean,
Mandarin,
which is the head of a town, or
so basically a bureaucrat or a scholar. It's supposed to refer to a scholar civil servant. So this word "guan"
scholar civil servant, true, and it's meritocratic because to become one, you need to pass a very difficult civil service exam in both Japan and China. So they've had this for hundreds of years in China and Japan. And we have only started professionalizing our bureaucracy very recently. So, dihado na sila. Now, you might argue today, meron na tayong parang economic bureaucracy that professional and technocratic in a way. Isang simula nun, actually, si Marcos, di ba? So, a lot of kaya through the EDSA period from Cory to Ramos to ERAP, continuous pa rin yung formulation ng economic policy. It's followed a very liberalized market promoting, policy counterweight to Congress, which is always very, alam mo naman, self-interested. Pero malayo pa rin tayo, hindi pa rin natin So ngayon, we can use this to, as I just read a while ago, we can use free trade and liberalization to promote the national interest. So nationalism doesn't equate to protectionism, tariff, tariff barriers, and trade war. It doesn't equate to that. It can also mean, so you need to move with the times. And pangalawa, hindi na pwedeng gamitin yung mga policy tools na yan because we've already acceded to the WTO. Tapos na yung argumentong yon. Even China itself has acceded to the WTO. Now you might say China is not really adhering to the rules of the WTO, that they're engaging in intellectual property theft forcing the transfer of technology against the will of the foreign investors. They're using their domestic market as a cudgel to force that to happen. And they engage in some, in that sense, the advancement in technical knowledge and capacity, transfer of technology, the reason why they're the leaders now in telecom and internet is partly because of that. But we're not as big as China. We cannot dictate the terms of trade to the world. China, because of its size, can. But it's now becoming apparent that the Western countries, with America now back in the fold, is alert to that now and is trying to restrict that kind of behavior, that kind of free rider behavior by China. But we're not even close to reaching the same kind of heft and clout that China has in the world economy. We cannot dictate. So we cannot engage in these policies. Now, you can go to the other extreme, which is what happened under President Ramos, where we accelerated the reduction of tariffs faster than what we committed to under these international agreements. And it hurt our revenue generation. Customs revenue went down. We had a fiscal crisis after his presidency, which was only solved through glorious expansion of the value-added tax. You can say you can go the other way, no? From overly protectionist to overly enthusiastically opening your market. What we need is a balance between the two, because that wasn't rational as well. A lot of our toy manufacturers, a lot of our electronics manufacturers closed as a result, because they just couldn't compete with these cheap imports when the the tariff reduction was accelerated under Ramos. So much so, and then when China acceded to WTO, lalo na, no? And so a lot of the foreign investment was actually sucked up by China during that time, and to the detriment of countries like the Philippines. So you can go overboard on the other hand, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about going from a restricted policy where there's absolutely no wiggle room to one where we could allow it under certain conditions and based on the call of the times. That's what's being talked about here.
I was gonna show ito pala yung can. Nagkamali ako ng konti dun kanina. May extra stuff on the character, but this is ito yung kan in Japanese, which is kwan, which means official or a bureaucrat in kanji or in Chinese. So anyway, I wanted to go to that. You were looking at other slides, diba?
Yes, please. Let's go to the next slide after the Lorentz curves.
Okay. So the Lorentz curve, let's go here. Okay, so is this the one?
So the quote, so just to recap, this is a quote from Benedict Anderson's Cacique Democracy. In due course, the conquering Americans would dispossess the friars of their lands, and these lands would fall like ripe mangoes into the hands of the likes of President Aquino's immediate ancestors. You know, like the Kohuankos. Kohuanko. Ko is a Chinese term.
Yes,
that's refers to a sir.
I'll write it down.
So, hindi naman sa pinag-iinitan natin ang mga Kohuanko or mga Aquino, kasi kaya ginamit ni Benedict Anderson yung take-off ng kanyang article in the New Left Review, which is a leftist magazine, by the way. New Left Review was that when Cory went to China and she said, "It's nice to come home," you know, so he was tracing the ancestry of a lot of the oligarchs in the mestizos, unlike in Latin America where they had a Criollo class, which was predominantly Spanish American.
Yes, ours is Chinese.
In the Philippines, it was more of the Chinese mestizos who arrived, you know, in the 1800s during the time that, the liberal government in Madrid was promoting agriculture. So they were traders. And then they accumulated wealth through that. Of course, so he was tracing the emergence of these caciques. The caciques, they were really predominantly Chinese mestizos, who then are still with us today, you know. So they fell into like ripe mangoes into their hands. Manahin mo yun. So, and then the next slide is from Boutique Capitalism. Hutchcroft explains how the Philippine oligarchy became dominant over the state under both Spanish and American rule. The wealthy land-owning families, many of part Chinese descent, emerged in the provinces alongside a weak and understaffed colonial administration.
Let me
So when
get
election, yeah.
where's that here? Because the next one is a different slide.
Oh, I might have. Are those charts? I
Charts.
moved, go past the charts.
Ito. Next one, yeah.
Found it. Sorry, I jungled it a bit.
No problem.
When elections were introduced early in the century, 1911 yata, these families won control of the legislature, but there emerged no countervailing bureaucratic aristocratic elite. In fact, who is this? Ayer and Maurer actually state that sila Quezon and Osmeña, they were not actually pro-independence. They would have wanted this to go on indefinitely. And there's a footnote in their paper where they say that, I think it was Herbert Hoover, in Herbert Hoover's diary, where they were telling him to veto the Philippine Independence Act if it passed Congress. So while publicly they were stating they were pushing for independence, they actually didn't want independence from America because it gave them free access to the American markets to export their agricultural goods. And so even after the war, they gave parity rights to the Americans. So that's when the Americans started to invest in the Philippines in exchange for the war, not reparations, but the Americans offered money to help us rebuild after the war in exchange for equal access to the Philippine domestic market. So while those constitutional caps were in place, didn't apply to the Americans, we had to pass an amendment to the 1935 Constitution, and this was done by Manuel Rojas to allow that to happen. So they didn't want independence from the US. And during that time, that was done. It was really the caciques who benefited from those war, because you needed to have suffered a loss of $500 or more. And that was a lot of money back in those days. So the only ones who would suffer that kind of loss were the wealthy. So, and in exchange, we were also going to be given free, preferential access to American markets for a period of time. Now, when that lapsed in the 1950s, we then entered a period where we tried to foster industrialization through import substitution. And so if we go back to my slides, comparing...
which one is it?
Foreign direct investment net inflows.
Okay, which one is that? It's okay, I see that. Yeah, let me
see it now.
Yep, let me put it on.
So,
okay,
so
here it is.
Here you can see that from this only goes back to 1970. Oops,
sorry.
Yeah, this only goes back to 1970. So you can see here, net foreign direct investment in in Korea and Japan has really been low.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they say, because hindi naman daw kailangan ang foreign direct investment kasi look at Japan, look at Korea. Pero look at China, look at Vietnam.
Look at China and Vietnam. And they forget Singapore. Nako, grabe ang Singapore.
Ay, di ko na outlier kasi Singapore, so hindi ko na sinama sa ano. Pero go to the next slide. Bakit mababa sa Korea and Japan? Go to the next slide. And you alluded to this earlier. Dahil mataas yung
domestic savings nila.
Domestic savings, and in Korea in particular, during the Korean War and its aftermath.
Ang laki ng kinikita nila from the US.
They received overseas development assistance. Close to 75% at one point. In the wake of the Korean War, no, and then nung bumaba siya, doon na lang tumaas yung foreign direct investment in the previous chart, and besides ginamit nila ito to industrialize. So they didn't need
yes.
foreign investors. Dahil America was providing them, military aid and economic aid. In the next slide, you'll see the savings ratio, where Korea, they say, mababa ang savings ratio ng Korea during the 1970s. Oh. Pero look at the net overseas, the OD, yung ODA, yung Overseas Development Assistance nung previous slide. It reached 75% of the
ang laki-laki.
of the gross capital formation.
It compensated for their lack of domestic savings that the South Koreans had because of the war. They made up for that, more than made up for that, because of the net overseas development assistance in the US.
Yeah, that should be clear from those two slides,
so kumbaga may tumutulong sa kanila eh. So ayan.
Yeah. And then in Japan, I already mentioned na yung Postal Savings Bank, this was used from the Foreign Currency Act. Lahat ng kinita nila from exporting, lahat ng dollars, you had to sell it back to the government, and then the government, through you sell it back to the Postal Savings Bank, and then that was used by the Ministry of Finance to then industrialize Japan. So they purposefully designed that. So kita mo ang taas ng savings rate. And actually hindi ko na pinote si Miti, pero there were a lot of factors kung bakit mataas ang savings rate sa Japan. So Korea, biglang when the ODA went to near zero, biglang umakyat naman ang savings sa Korea. So you see, parang offset lang nila.
Actually, one other thing that many people forget is that there was a time when South Korea was actually sending a lot of overseas workers to work temporarily in other countries, especially in Europe, in Western Europe, like in Germany. There was a huge contingent of, there's a whole Gestarbeiter, what do you call this phenomenon, where they were bringing in a lot of Turkish workers, but also Korean workers going into Germany. And these people were sending money back. So they did have a reliance, a temporary reliance on overseas Korean workers in Korea. They had people like that. I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know if you've seen this, Doy. This Kim Jae-yong is his name. I think this particular. He was studying in the Philippines. He's a South Korean guy who was studying in Ateneo before, and he wrote this essay that it's like a blog post that went viral, and he was talking about how Koreans love their country, whereas Filipinos don't. And then he was mentioning that there was a time when Koreans were really, they were so desperate and poor that they had to send so many of their people to work in Germany and other countries to send money back. But luckily, yun na nga, gumana yung, parang that was seen as a very temporary measure lang. They were able to, because of their high savings rate, they transitioned. They transitioned into becoming an industrial country, and these people could now come back. Whereas in the Philippines, we didn't have that.
This book by Alice Amsden is considered the Bible for those who study South Korea's rise, Asia's Next Giant. This book by Robert Wade is about Taiwan. And in both instances,
could you show them? Palalakihin ko yung screen mo para makita mo yung makita nila.
That is Robert Wade, Governing the Market, covers Taiwan, and this one is Alice Amsden, and together with Chalmers Johnson, this is the trifecta of Asia.
Oh my
Japan,
God!
Korea, Taiwan.
Dapat kunin kang Congress should get you as a resource person. For whenever they have hearings about this whole FDI thing, ikaw ang tatalo dun sa mga Ibon Foundation.
So, alam mo, I'm a development economist. I trained in UP, but we didn't study this. I had to read this on my own. I had to do this, but I educated myself. In other words,
Oh.
so they talk about yung mga tinkering with the market, but everybody was doing this during that time. Turkey, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. The difference was that they actually didn't do it as heavily as most countries did. Because they used it, in fact, a bit more sparingly, and that is, and part of the reason of what you alluded to was that this social cohesion in their country, and that they followed the bureaucrats, that can system.
The can system. They all had that kasi confusion country sila eh.
Yes.
The confusion countries, they all had that thing that that institutionalized in their culture and in their society for a long time. So Japan, Korea, even Vietnam, and of course China, which is the source of that, they had this tradition of having scholar bureaucrats or scholar officials. The one that I showed kanina, yung kwan or kan in Japanese, it's kan, in Chinese it's kwan, and it refers to the mandarins. It refers to that system of civil servants and bureaucrats who have to get there through merit. They have to the series of civil service exams that gets them to that that status, diba?
I'll read a quote passage from Alice Amsden on South Korea, which is very important for us to note. And it says, it talks about that an examination of the cotton textile suggested that the policy regime that Korea eventually adopted evolved out of a complex process in which interests of opposing groups were reconciled, not out of theoretical conviction. But this is the important part. One dimension of this conflict was a strong enough government to impose performance standards on interest groups, so such as the business groups. Yung sinasabi kong they were like the representative of the emperor, so the business groups listen. They were predominant over the business groups, and the elite. So what they did was they were able to impose performance standards. Yun ang naging kulang sa atin eh. But what was the effect of imposing them? The insistence on performance standards by the government induced a level of productivity and willingness to invest on the part of the private sector. That made greater price distortions unnecessary, and the ample price distortions that did exist more effective. So anong ibig sabihin yan? Because their political economy was more modern or advanced. They had a civil service that was professional, and this created a plan rationale for how they would gradually develop, from cheap labor, labor intensive to capital intensive, technology intensive, heavy industries, from light to heavy. Ginawa nila, and this book talks about that. But they didn't have to engage they weren't super interventionist as what occurred in other developing countries that didn't actually grow. So mali yung pag-iisip na kailangan yung state needs to come in and run the show, nationalize everything, and run it in an irrational manner. Hindi. They simply coordinated, hindi sila nakinabang. They coordinated economic activity, and they imposed these performance standards. What were these performance standards? Export revenue. You have to hit. And yun ang kinopya ng China when it eventually adopted their model for bringing in foreign direct investment was the town and village enterprises, where these are municipal enterprises. Yuen Ang, who is an economist in Michigan State University, she follows me on Twitter. She wrote about
Yuen Ang. Ano pangalan niya? How do you spell her name?
Y with a Y. Yuen Ang. Y-U-E-N.
Y-U-E-N.
Yeah. She wrote this article, became very influential a few years ago, yung authoritarianism with Chinese characteristics.
Okay.
She talked about that in China they use a franchise model. So after Deng Xiaoping, they started creating these targets, but they decentralized how these targets would be met. It wasn't centralized in Beijing. They left it to the town and village enterprises to achieve those goals. And it was a franchise model. There was flexibility. They basically said, you compete with each other. And so if you were a bureaucrat, a mayor of a town, and you wanted to rise to become the head of your province or eventually reach the central Politburo, you had to excel. You had to meet these targets. And they actually used their connections through what's called guangxi, which is like
Guanxi just means relationship. That's it.
good
That's
relationships. So their network overseas of foreign nationals, they tried to bring in foreign investments. Now these investors, nakipag-joint venture sila with the town and village enterprises. One prominent one is, yung Cherry Motors. Kung tawagan, that's an example of a state-owned enterprise. Ngayon, syempre, if you go into bed with the Chinese government in China, you better deliver. You better deliver or else you're out the following day. So as long as they provided exports and profits and revenue, their property rights were protected in China. But the minute they didn't meet those targets, ano na sila, kumbaga chugi na sila, or they could be disciplined. And there's a credible threat na ididisiplina sila. So this is what we call market conforming mechanism. May parang competition may internal competition, naglalaban sila labanan kung sino mas magaling. And so these TVEs,
ito yung Guanxi nga pala. Ito yung Guanxi.
Ito book on the China Miracle written by Justin Yifu Lin, who became the chief economist in the World Bank. This guy has an interesting story. He was actually originally based in Taiwan, and he swam across the Taiwanese Strait to get to China, and he joined the Chinese government, and then he eventually became head of the World Bank, the head of the chief economist of World Bank. He wrote here, and he wrote about the TVEs, and he said here that in one of the chapters, he said, in the 70s to the 90s, when China grew after 79, yung Deng Xiaoping reforms put in place, average growth was 9.2%. 6.82 percentage points of that 9% came from domestic investment and the introduction of foreign capital. So ito yung town and village enterprise joint ventured with foreign capital. This is also the tool by which they force the partners to transfer technology willingly or unwillingly.
Or unwillingly. Okay. Well, they had that leverage. They had that leverage of it being a huge market.
A large, yes.
Huge market. So foreign companies had really this incentive. Yeah, parang, well, we want to make money out of this huge market. We might as well do this anyway.
Yeah.
So, ayun, willing naman sila kasi ang laki ng market nila.
Tama. So if you're a Ford company, you want to sell cars in China, you have to transfer the technology to your partner. And then eventually, China na ang nag-export.
Yes.
And then siya na yung leader kasi sinasubsidize din nila kasi yon. So ito na yung sinasabi ko na parang China is manipulating the trading system that way. But the Western, not Western anymore, they call it like-minded advanced economies, are getting smart to this now. And so they're starting to try and pull China away, try to control that kind of behavior. So may iba't ibang modelo to develop, but we can say that yung sinasabi nilang modelo is not the East Asian model. Mm-hmm. It's more of the Soviet-Russian model.
Soviet-Russian model,
or the pre-1979 Chinese model.
Yes.
Yun ang modelo nila.
Which didn't even work. It didn't even work.
It was really disastrous for China.
Yeah. Actually, ito nga nakakatawa. The leftists in the Philippines don't even know. I mean, when I mention this to them, parang it's obvious they don't even know anything about communist history. So I tell them, do you guys know about the the Bolshevik new economic policy? Ha? Ano yun? Di nila alam. They don't know that in Russia in the 1920s, actually right after World War One, right
Mhm.
after World War One, Russia had issues with their own economy, di ba? Kasi they took over the Tsar, they took over and they killed the Tsar, and
Yeah.
obviously wala nang gusto I mean, walang nagbi-business kasi they basically were outlawing all this. And then of course um their output was going down, no? And at some point they realized, you know what, we gotta do something. And that's when the Bolsheviks said, you know what, we still need private enterprise, we also still need foreign investors. So they came up with a new economic policy. So for almost essentially 10 years they opened up. So
Right.
Russia, during that time, that
Yeah.
1920 to 1930, they actually opened up to bring in foreign investors, to allow private
Yeah.
farming, to allow private businesses, because they said basically kontrolado naman natin, we'll just control these capitalists, but we will
Mm.
still need them in order to industrialize the country, because without them, since we don't know how to run an economy, or we don't know how to
Mm.
run business,
Mm.
we need them to do it for us. So yun yung
Mm.
nangyari, and that's the time when
Mm.
they brought in all these foreign companies to
Yeah.
create tractors, to create cars, to create. They brought in American companies, mga tipong Westinghouse and all this, to create
Mhm. Mhm.
power generating, plants,
Yeah.
hydroelectric electric plants, those kinds of things, because they didn't have that technology locally in Russia. So
Mm.
the leftists, the Pinoy leftists, are so ignorant about about communist history. They don't know about mainland China. They don't know about Russia. Talagang bobo talaga sila. I'm sorry to say, they're
Yeah.
really bobo.
And look, Russia right now is basically a gas exporting state, petro
Yes,
state.
yes,
Yun lang
yes.
ang
They
kabuhayan
will,
nila ngayon eh. Yun lang ang
yeah, yeah.
industry nila ngayon. And it's run by, it was, after the 1990, with their transition from Soviet Union, in the 1990s, there was a guy named Jeffrey Sachs. He said, let's just do a
Yes, from Colombia.
big bang, open it up. What happened was when they sold all of these state-owned enterprises, it fell into the laps of what they call the oligarchs.
Oligarchs. Yes,
And
yes.
so this is why you could say the Philippines is similar to Russia's political economy in a way.
Yeah,
Why do
yeah.
you want to copy Russia? We're already similar to Russia right now.
Oo nga eh.
But we kind of have more advantages though to them. But yun ang problema eh. Yun ang problema na you take a model and then you try to fit it into the Philippines. Pag-aralan mo muna kung ano yung political economy ng Pilipinas para malaman mo kung ano yung angkop dyan, kung ano yung angkop. So, yung argument na East Asia didn't rely on foreign direct investment, that's true in a sense, all up to the 1970s. But after that time,
That's true only for those three countries to a certain extent.
but even they liberalized, and
But even
also
they
they
liberalized.
did not engage in nationalist industrialization to the full extent that was pursued by other countries. They only used distortions to the prices, but they still remained market conforming in a sense.
Yes,
They
yes.
promoted internal competition, as was the Chinese model, and but so that's one reason why we shouldn't believe that argument.
Yes,
Dahil
yes.
hindi naman totoo what their history is wrong
Yes,
and is
that's true.
disproven by these things
Actually,
that I
if
just
if
showed
if,
you.
if I can interject, no, for example, in all these countries, they never allowed only one particular company to supply a particular good. So parang in Japan, in South Korea, and even in Taiwan, and later on in China, they did not have yung parang isang kumpanya lang ang gagawa ng kotse. Hindi eh.
No, no, no.
They allowed so many, marami sila.
There's actually a funny story in this book about Korea's shipbuilding industry,
Oh,
where the first time that they tried to set it up, it failed because they at that time Scotland was the leading shipbuilder in the world. So they were trying to create a shipbuilding industry in Korea. The way they built it was they built half of the ship in one place, and then they built the other half. And the problem was when they tried to put them together, it didn't actually fit. So the company failed. The chaebol that was running it failed, and the government had to step in for a while, hired an army of engineers who had to redesign it, to retrofit it. And so finally, when they actually got to fix finally the state had to buy the ships, to give them revenue. So they used procurement to a certain extent. But finally, when they got it fixed, then they offloaded it to another chaebol, which took over. So yung purpose nun is they had large enterprises, and these large enterprises were their animals, their creations. Because after the war, it was a very egalitarian country. And there was land reform that was successful because unlike in the Philippines, the Japanese had a good land surveying system, both in Japan and across their colonies. So it wasn't expensive to adopt property rights in East Asia. But they were all pantay-pantay lahat ng mga tao doon. But then the government started to create these entrepreneurs and started to build them up. But they were hindi lang isa katulad ng sinabi mo. There were no monopolies, and they were imposing performance standards.
Yes.
Tulungan namin kayo, but if you don't shape up,
you have to meet
yung mga loans, yung mga soft loans na binigay namin, etc.
Nyo, or ano yung mga parang ito yung dapat, you have to meet this. If you don't, you get punished, or you get a penalty.
Yeah.
So
they call it administrative guidance.
Yes.
Administrative guidance.
This is also partly why, unfortunately, when Marcos tried to do this kind of industrialization, taking a lot of loans from the petrodollars of the 90s. He tried to get in that money. He tried to distribute that money to his cronies, right? And get them to, sige, ikaw ang mag-handle ng coconut related. Ayan, kay Danding. Ikaw, you handle this, you handle that, you handle this. He wanted to create his own chaebols or zaibatsus on keiretsus. He wanted to do that East Asian model, but he was no longer able to do the management of these industrialists, so to speak, because he got sick. He got sick, and he was no longer able to do that yung parang performance assessment, or how are you guys doing? Wala na, puro dialysis na siya lagi the whole time. Diba?
His chief political ideologue, si Adrian Cristobal, was quoted as saying that Marcos wanted to replicate the zaibatsus in the Philippines, but he chose the wrong shoguns.
Yes.
Ma-plug ko lang, since EDSA anniversary ngayon, I have an entire series called The Rise and Fall of the EDSA Regime on YouTube. And I talk about this, what happened during that time. So if you want to really deeper, you can check it out. And from itong period, American all the way to Marcos and until the post-EDSA period, I talk a lot about, I think in episode 3, I talk a lot about this. But basically, so President Marcos, instead of handing over the state-owned enterprises to professional managers who would run the companies professionally, he chose La Buena Familia.
Buenas Familias, yes.
Which is, again, to borrow a term from, who's the guy from The End of History? My God.
Fukuyama. Francis
Fukuyama. It's the tyranny of cousins. Of cousins.
Yes. I actually have this other book I'll get. Go ahead and just keep talking.
Yeah, so
I'm going to show it. There's this other book that also mentions the choosing of the wrong samurais. I'll just get it. Go ahead, continue talking.
So, dahil doon, hindi arm's length yung pag-deal dito sa mga cronies niya, mga napili niyang negosyante na mamahala dun sa mga tinayo niyang mga industriya. Hindi arm's length katulad sa Japan and Korea and Taiwan na pwede nilang idisiplina kung hindi nila ma-meet yung quota or yung targets, performance standards nila. Dahil yung bureaucracia, professional, kaya nilang i-manage. Sa Pilipinas, yung mga technocrats, hindi sila yung nasunod nung panahon ni Marcos. Actually, hindi nila madisiplina yung mga crony. Kasi unang-una, iba yung sistema natin Hindi talaga ganun. Hindi nila mamando yung hindi nila ma-direct. And they couldn't discipline them. They couldn't pull out from them. And by the time that they were trying to do that, it was too late. Bumagsak na ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. So, I have a few charts here, Ryan, that shows basically our economic development.
If you don't mind, I'll show also.
Oh, go ahead.
There's this other book called False Economy. I got this more than 10 years ago. So, False Economy. It's by Alan Beatty.
I've heard of this.
And this book also mentions that it didn't mention Adrian Cristobal, but it does mention the same thing that you said. So Marcos had a clique of cronies just like Suharto, but his human resources skills were, as it says here, his human resources skills were poor. He chose badly and was incapable of keeping them in check. One of his advisors, and I think this is Adrian Cristobal, one of his advisors subsequently remarked that Marcos had intended to create a Japanese-style elite. Unfortunately, he said, he chose the wrong samurai. So exactly what you're saying. So now I know it's Adrian Cristobal who said that.
Yeah.
So when you mentioned the wrong samurai thing, I immediately remember this book.
Which
I read more than
That's
10 years
an
ago.
article written by Hutchcroft in situating the Philippines in ISI. So my next chart will just show you basically the development of the Philippines.
Let me get that. Just wait.
Next series of charts.
Chart. Okay. So
we're done with that.
Move tayo sa next chart. Hutchcroft.
Tapos na tayo dyan.
No?
Lumundag tayo yan. Wait, sorry. Back pala. Up. Sorry. Back
dito?
up. Yan. A few more. That one. The GDP.
Yeah, GDP.
So,
okay.
As you can see, ito yung from the 50s na sinabi ko, nag-boom tayo nun Because after the war, after the war, from nothing, talagang aangat yung ekonomiya mo nun. The Americans gave the war assistance and nagkaroon ng konting import substitution, napuwersahan sila na mag-invest dito because of the balance of payments crisis that was created. They created import restrictions as a result. So this encouraged some agricultural exporters to go into manufacturing. So as you can see, that was the highest level of growth that the Philippines achieved during that decade. And then that was also, at the end of that time though, nagsawa na ang mga elite kasi sabi ng mga agro-exporters, sinosuppress nyo yung kita namin dahil malakas ang peso, nakapeg sa US dollar 2:1. I-float natin yung peso para naman lumakas ang kita namin as exporters of agriculture. So ganun nga ang nangyari ni Macapagal. So nung time ng 1960s, humina ngayon yung growth because the exporters were also industrialists So, and they also controlled Congress. So, si Garcia, who was like the pro-Filipino first policy guy at the time, he has suffered a series of scandals in his government. So, parang pumayag na rin siya na mangyari yon. And so, ganun nga nangyari. So, the agricultural exporters really profited massively from that. But as you can see, they didn't reinvest it in industry. They just bought mga luxury items. So, the aristocracy at that time were compared to the elite, the cosmopolitans around the world. In terms of the opulence of the lifestyle that they led. Yeah. Sobrang gara, no? And then, so by the time of the 1970s, ito na panahon ni Marcos, he tried again. And so, this one again is the second to the highest growth period. But as we can see, he chose the wrong samurai nga, and hindi nila masustain. It was debt-driven as well.
Yes.
When the Latin American debt crisis broke, the creditors started knocking. And a lot of these debts were commercial loans. So, nag-crash tayo ng 1980s. and one of his cronies ran away, and it created one of the biggest banking crises in the Philippines ever had.
Who was that? Was it
Ran away
CD?
with the foreign reserves. So, and then after Ninoy died, nagkaloko-loko na lahat. So you can see that was the lowest point. And at that point, dumapa na lahat ng negosyo, lahat ng mga import substituting industries, and also the state no longer had the fiscal capacity na sustentuhan sila. So as Emmanuel de Dios, Noel de Dios from the UP School of Economics said, they had no more resistance when the World Bank said, buksan nyo na ang merkado nyo. Start to open it up and liberalize. Marcos was actually starting to do that towards the end, sila Cesar Virata.
Yes,
Pero
that's right.
yun na nga, it was too late. And then Cory continued it. And then by the 1990s, a lot of energy crisis, a lot of military coups, that brought us down in the 80s. It was a lost decade, as you can see. This is when Thailand, Indonesia took. Up to that point, we were still toe-to-toe with them. But after that, talagang hindi na natin. We were left behind. 1990s, as I said, Ramos liberalized, but he liberalized too quickly. Ahead of our commitments to AFTA and GATT. Parang he was taken over by the ideology that we just needed to, and he privatized PLDT, but who did it go to?
Yeah. Was it possible that he was doing this to appeal to, basically to advertise to the world that we were liberalizing, and therefore foreign investors should come in? So parang he wanted to overcompensate probably for the fact that we had those 1987 restrictions. The 1987 Constitution restrictions were, of course, a dampener, and he was probably doing all this extreme liberalization to overcompensate for those problems of the Constitution. I don't know if that's the case, but it seemed like it. Na parang binabawi niya, parang pangit yung Constitution natin.
Also,
gawin natin to para maka-attract pa tayo. Which, in a way, he was able to attract a lot. Kaya nga, during that time, at least during that time when I was in college and after, I remember na there were actually quite a lot of job opportunities. Parang during that time, ang daming...
No, I don't want to bag Fidel Ramos because really I am a fan of his presidency. It was during his time that our good governance was the highest rated by the World Bank's good governance indicators. He was probably trying to also lessen corruption.
Maybe.
Kasi customs was, really notorious, and it was really... So I think he had his reasons for doing that, but be that as it may, I also kind of feel like he wanted to show that the Philippines was like cutting edge as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was parang...
Pero
he was doing this as a way of advertising us. That's probably.
Ang problema kasi sa ating mga Pilipino, kung ano yung fashion of the day, kung ano yung flavor of the month, gusto natin nakikiuso tayo lagi. And so parang blindly na wala yung national interest. It was global interest, maybe, because Ramos was educated in West Point and in University of Pennsylvania. He had that mindset na
Illinois.
We needed to globalize, so we needed to open up. That was the era that time in the 90s. So there was an ideological component to that. But again, he wasn't able to weaken the oligarchs. So like I said, he did open up. He sold PLDT, but it went to Tony Boy Cojuangco. So because telecoms is restricted, diba? So
what you see here, by the way, is this is the name. This is what Cojuangco is, no? Cojuangco, Xi Huangke. So Ko, the first character is Ko. The other one is Juan, which is part of the name of the Ko Gyok Juan was the name of the founder of the family. And then Go or Go means brother, older brother. So that's the word for
older brother.
Yeah, older brother. So
parang ano siya, term of respect.
Term of endearment, term of respect. Yeah, parang older brother, kuya. Parang.
So yung Chinese name na Hispanized was Hispanic.
Yes.
Was made Hispanic.
Yun yung pag sinulat mo, Cojuangco ang nangyayari. So lahat ng mga apelyidong may Ko itong
Or
ko na
like,
to, yung
like in
last
Cebu,
character.
Cuenco.
Yeah.
Ganyan
Yes,
din yan. Tanhuat ko.
yes, yes,
Tanhuat.
yes.
Yeah. Ganyan yan. That's where the origins of those families lie. So, and then, so back to my slide lang yung GDP
Yeah.
uli.
Natin.
So, through 2000s, you can see from EDSA, gradually we were starting to get back on our feet. Panahon ni Gloria, the fiscal reforms, and her BPO industry, it started to rise. Itong 2010 to 2020, panahon na ni Pinoy at ni Duterte to. This includes the negative 9.5% that was registered for 2020 because of COVID.
COVID.
If it had not been the case, if you just exclude 2020, the average for the decade would have equaled the 1970s. It would have
Oh,
been
wow!
60, yeah.
Ang laki
We
pala.
would have been
Grabe.
back there. We would have been back there.
So, ang laki pala ng COVID. Grabe. Yung COVID,
Malaki ang
talagang
tama niya.
laki.
Malaki.
Yung kaltas niya, no? Grabe.
In the same way that in the 1980s, nung nagka-recession nun, that really pulled the 80s down. That really pulled us down. And the 90s, the power crisis, electricity crisis, that really disrupted our economy. So you might say we were almost getting back to normal. So you can see here, the liberalization era does not mean so actually here, because malaki na ang ekonomiya na rin ng Pilipinas at this point. Malaki na. We're one of the bigger economies. So mahirap yung growth. Kasi syempre, to grow from
when you come from a low base, your growth rate is higher.
Yes.
When you come from a high base, your growth rate is lower because
bumabagal.
Yeah.
Pero nakikita mo rito, from decade to decade, our growth was accelerating, and it would have been back up here had it not been for COVID. And because of all the infrastructure spending was going on, I'm pretty sure that the 2020s, it sets us up for even faster growth. And now is the time na kailangan ng buksan ng ekonomiya sa tingin ko
Finally, yun na talagang kailangan Oo.
Kasi nandun na tayo sa stage, we've worked so hard, 35 years na since EDSA, na kailangan na talagang we can mature into a different kind of quality.
If I'm not mistaken, I recall a lot of the economic managers of the Philippines since the time of Gloria already saying that we've done as much as we can to
within
liberalize or to do within the constraints that we have. We've done as much as we can, and the only thing now left to do is to fix the constitution, so that we can become more to become much more attractive to investors. Kasi right now wala na tayong iba magagawa. Yung legislation part na max out na natin yan So right now it's really just removing the 60-40 and the anti-foreign direct investment restrictions in the constitution. And that's the only way. That's the only remaining thing to do.
Yeah.
Yun na lang daw.
So, all right, Ryan, please go to the next slide. And this is the breakdown by sector, by major sector.
Yun.
So you can see yung growth ng manufacturing which is in orange there. No, it was really in the 70s where talagang under that period, talagang manufacturing was growing at its fastest clip.
I'm just wondering though. Itong sa 1970s, kasi nga, we did have if you go back to that other slide, no, ang laki ng GDP doon, no? And so we go here, we can see ang laki nga ng sa industry. Now, the question is it because of okay. I'm just wondering, is it partly because of the spending spree as a result of the huge borrowings that the government made from all these the petrodollars that Marcos borrowed? Does this have some connection to that?
Yeah, I believe so. Naman, it was some of that. It was really a lot of it was spent productively. I would say, nandun yung, we were engaged in an industrial policy at that time.
Okay.
Compared to what happened after him. Yung EDSA regime where it was market friendly ang approach, it was really industrial policy. They were deliberately trying to copy the East Asian growth model at that time. So talagang, but we were trying to get into heavy industry. Kasi we were trying, the import substitution era of the 50s and 60s, it was only like mababaw. So it was really like food and beverage,
Yes. Ganun nga yan.
yung mga light industries. Marcos was trying to bring in like a petrochemical industry. He was trying to engineer that, the heavy industry, steel.
Yes.
Those types of sectors. And so, nagkaroon din naman ng effect, as you can see, di ba? Nagkaroon din naman ng epekto. So, yun na nga, it was really the boom time. And then, as you can see, after nag-collapse, industry really suffered. Now, this has led many to say na kailangan ibalik yung regulated manufacturing. Yun yung term ng Ibon i-regulate
Regulated
manufacturing.
manufacturing.
Para bumalik tayo dito. Kasi sabi nila, the only way to produce jobs is through manufacturing. High wage jobs, di ba? To get people out of agriculture, and yung services kasi mababa lang ang kita ng mga empleyado dyan. So that is a predominant thinking until you realize that in Shenzhen, in China is already automating a lot of their factories. Because of the one child. China overtook us in the 2000s after they acceded to the WTO. So their per capita GDP overtook the Philippines. Back then, when I went to Beijing in early 2000s, ang taas pa ng tingin nila sa mga Pilipino Because yung mga Filipinos sa China at the time were managers, engineers.
Yes.
And they were still like poor peasants, kung sabihin mo.
Actually, alam mo, when I went there to China in 2004, I lived there for a year, and I was also doing that to beef up my Mandarin, no? So, alam mo, ang bilib nila sa Pilipino rin kasi yung paborito nilang snack food is oishi. Oishi. Kasi yung oishi ng Liwayway Group is the dominant snack food in China.
Ganyan ba?
Okay. Ganyan sila. So, ganyan sila.
Alright.
Kasi nagtuturo ako ng English dun Teacher Orion, did you know that I hear you're from the Philippines. Did you know that the favorite snack here in China is from Philippines? Really? Sabi nila, it's called Shanghaojia. I show you my Shanghaojia. Pinakita niya yung OEC.
OEC pala.
OEC yung tatak it's a local. It is from Cavite. Cavite in the Philippines. Cavite kasi under license. Ganyan na nakasulat doon. Headquarters in ganyan. Ano sila? Parang bilib sila. We very like. They don't say we really like. They say we very like oishi. This Shanghaojia is the best in the best snack food. Ganyan sila, parang bilib sila.
Ganun yung turing nila sa atin. Kasi mas mayaman pa tayo nung panahon na yun ngayon na-overtake na nila tayo, so mas mayaman na ngayon ang mga average Chinese per capita GDP is higher than the Philippines now. And so, mahal na ang labor sa China, particularly sa eastern states, sa seaboard, eastern states, near the coast.
Yes.
So, and because of the one-child policy, they are going to be faced with a shrinking workforce and aging population. So they're following Japan in trying to automate so in Shenzhen, bit by bit, wala ng factory workers, they're sending them back to the interior.
Yes.
And that's why Xi Jinping is trying to encourage entrepreneurialism in the countryside because the factory workers are being let go and sent home. And the only workers now in the factories are like the engineers who are coding the artificial intelligence needed by the robots in order to make things work. Pretty soon, yun ang labanan. So this guy, si Peter Evans, talks about
Show the book again. Show the book.
Oh, here.
Ay, pinalaki ko yung screen. Ayan.
Si Peter
States and
Evans
Industrial Transformation. Yun.
from the University of Sussex, which is a leader in this area. In the next slide, I have a quote from him.
Okay, let me show it. Let me.
He talks about the game has changed from.
Hindi pala ito. Taka lang. Next. Where's the next one?
Keep going until you find. There we go.
This one, 21st.
Yeah, the game has changed according to Peter Evans. He says 21st century development will depend. So this guy, kasi he wrote about comparing the development path of countries like Brazil, India, Korea. So he was a proponent of this kind of developmental state industrial policy model. But then he said in 1988, sinabi na niya, as early as then, sabi niya, the 21st century development will depend on generating intangible assets. So hindi na yung tangible machinery, equipment. It's more about intangible assets, ideas, skills, and networks, rather than on stimulating investment in machinery and physical assets oriented to the production of tangible goods. This makes investment in human capabilities, which is traditionally called human capital, more economically critical. So for him, the developmental state in the 21st century, you still need a strong, cohesive, coherent economic bureaucracy, but the tools that they're going to use are going to be different from the tools used in the 1950s and to 70s East Asian tools. So rather than trying to accumulate financial capital towards acquiring physical capital, it's now about acquiring human capital leading to intellectual capital.
Intellectual capital, yes. Kasi yung manual labor nawawala na eh. So ngayon, it's more like, yun nga yung programming or more intellectual stuff, analytical stuff, you know?
Pag sinabi mong, okay, China overtook us, okay, wala na yung giant that was sucking up all the foreign direct investment. So pwede na tayo. Take over na natin lahat ng mga pabrika from China. No, sorry. They're going to where? They're going to Vietnam, they're going to Bangladesh, they're going to Sri Lanka. Why? Because labor there is cheaper than the Philippines. We can't compete with them. They're the next ones on the rise. So we cannot adopt anymore that model that ang mga pabrika will provide jobs for everybody.
Let me interject lang. Is it possible though that the biggest problem is because of our unitary system where everything is very much Manila centric, that the assessment of our labor costs and all these other things is based on the Manila model na it's based on yung cost structure ng Metro Manila, whereas nakakalimutan natin that there are all these other places in the Philippines that are pwede namang talagang mababa yung labor doon.
It could be.
Di ba? Pero
kasi
yun
regional wage boards ang nagsiset. It's
kasi
not,
ang problema sa Pilipinas lang, although super baba ng labor doon, labor costs in other places, pangit naman yung agriculture kasi yung infrastructure kasi hindi natin tinutukan yon because everything was all based in Metro Manila. Parang tutok natin Metro Manila lang ang
dependency I was talking about a while ago. So because all the infrastructure is concentrated around these urban centers, when they think about the Philippines, investing in the Philippines, they're really looking at
Metro Manila,
Subic, Clark, Cavite, Laguna. Those are the places that they're looking at really. So what are the costs there of labor there? What is the cost? So the only way we're going to compete is if now the Philippines, on the other hand, scores really well in terms of the complexity, the economic complexity of our products, meaning to say we actually have the talent and the capacity to make really complex goods here compared to, let's say, a Saudi Arabia, which is richer than us, in fact. In terms of our level of income, we should actually not be that sophisticated. But the reality is we actually have the human capital. So maybe that's one of the benefits of that renowned educational system that the Americans set up. And we
produce a lot of engineers.
We educate their children, diba? So rather than rather than fostering this. So the only way we're going to compete with the Bangladesh and the Sri Lanka, the Vietnams of the world, is we have to move up the value chain.
Yes, that's the way I see it too. That's the way
Yeah,
I see it too.
and internalize some of the operations that require more sophisticated. So it's capacities, human capacities is the name of the game. It's no longer about cheap labor. Competitiveness through capacity building rather than cost competitiveness is the name of the game. So that is the
Yeah.
strategy. We have to invest in our people. We have to use whatever resources we generate from foreign reserves, from productive activity, and we need to reinvest that. So the taxes, the universal access to quality tertiary education, all that social spending, yung CCT, conditional cash transfers, universal health, all that is supposed to just drive our workforce so that they can be as productive and have the best potential that they possibly can have. And then we just need to. But then, so where are we going to get the companies that have the technology? How are we going to attract them to the Philippines? It's through our people. That's how it's going to be done. It's no longer that we create these trade barriers to protect investments and say, okay, you're protected here, invest so that you can benefit from this domestic market.
If I may interject, I recall just recently, I think a few days ago, si Manny Piñol, former Secretary of Agriculture or something, si Manny Piñol, medyo he's been recently trying to diss foreign direct investors kasi he claims he's not against foreign direct investments, but he's against the removal of the anti-foreign direct investment restrictions in the Constitution, which obviously is tantamount to being against it. So he came up with a comment, with a post. Sabi niya, ano naman, look at Vietnam. Vietnam is complaining that they're not able to receive the best quality of foreign direct investors, blah 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 blah. Sumagot ako, sabi ko, Mr. Piñol, yung malaking problema nyo is inaakala ninyo na kung ano yung problema ng Vietnam, problema din natin. Vietnam is complaining about their inability to attract higher level investors, higher level value chain.
Their FDI is higher than the Philippines. One of my charts shows that, but you're talking about the higher level.
Allow me to continue. No?
I
was saying, in Vietnam, they're just saying na ang problema kasi puro lang manual labor ang pumapasok
puro
daw. Manual labor lang. Tapos hindi daw yung mga higher level stuff. Sabi ko, sa Pilipinas, hindi yan yung problema. Because we have an English-speaking, technically competent workforce. Ang dami nating na-produce every year na mga science degree holders, mga engineering degree holders na English-speaking, which wala sila sa Vietnam. They don't have that same capacity that we have, which is why the countries that are able to get the higher level, higher quality investors are the English-speaking ones like Malaysia and Singapore. So sabi ko, the Philippines should be there as well. The difference is, because of our constitution being so anti-foreign direct investment, hindi sila pumapasok sa atin. So kung tatanggalin natin yan, papasok sila. If we also develop the regions, which is what we need that's why we need federalism, then we can attract them to those areas which is lower cost, and then these, mas maganda, they will all come to those areas and not into Metro Manila, which is already overcrowded and too congested na. So sabi ko,
there's a lady who's a senior lecturer in King's College who follows me on Twitter. Her name is Robin Klingler Vidra. And she's the author of a book called Venture Capitalist State, the Silicon Valley Model in East Asia, Entrepreneurship, Impact, and Inclusive Innovation. So she writes about Vietnam. And so her focus is Vietnam. And she calls it a techno state. Kasi in the US, Silicon Valley developed in the 1960s to the 80s.
1950s. It started in 1950s.
Around the Stanford campus, and a lot of that was driven by the defense spending of the United States.
Yes.
So, and also there were these agencies that promoted. The Apple phone has 13 parts in it: the GPS, the gyroscope that allows your screen to flip when it's moved around, all of these things, camera, etc. All of those things were funded by the US government, really. Researchers produced that. And all Steve Jobs did was integrated them and marketed them. Yun ang gift ni Steve Jobs. So there's a lady called Mariana Mazzucato, who also comes from Sussex University originally, but now is, I think, with the London School. She advised the previous Tory government, I believe. So she came up with a book called The Entrepreneurial State. So Vidra is following that and saying techno state. So from a developmental state to an entrepreneurial state to a techno state. Kasi in the States, although the politicians love saying that the government that governs least governs best, the Jeffersonian quote. Mazzucato says that in reality, there are these obscure agencies such as DARPA, the D stands for defense.
Defense. But the DARPA is the one that developed the internet, the technology for the internet.
Yeah, DARPA-E and all the parts of the iPhone. ARPA-E, which is for electronics. The National Institute of Health. There's this constellation ecosystem of government agencies that have encouraged the development of intellectual capital, which created these industries, which then private industry hopped on, the venture capitalists, nung nandun na yung, but they had to start from somewhere, and that was created by these entrepreneurial states. So in practice, she said, while they follow the Jeffersonian thing in public, in practice, they follow the Hamiltonian model, where nationalist development ang ano nila, they foster local industry. So si Vidra adds on to Mazzucato and says that in Vietnam, and she uses the COVID response, where the Vietnamese techno state was the first to develop the vaccine, was to develop the tracing app, and they rolled it out with militaristic efficiency.
Grabe.
So, and you talk about human capital, but the Vietnamese, I remember there was an innovation review conducted by Edong Angara back in the 2000s. He co-chaired it with somebody from the house, I forget his name. But what they found was in Vietnam, yung investment nila sa mga PhDs in physics, sa mga engineering, outpaced the Philippines. So, really, ang labanan ngayon, ang sabi nga ni Evans, is intellectual capital. So what that means is citations. Here in South Australia, where I work, there's an office of the chief scientist here. And I am working with her and doing some analytics. But basically, she tells me, because we're trying to foster growth in these innovation districts. We have a medical biomed district here. We have an entrepreneurial startup district. We have advanced manufacturing hub district. So what she says is that these multinationals, before they come to you, before they even call you up, they've already done their research. So if you are a big pharma company, you check where are the leading citations for example, vaccines. They follow that. So hahanapin na nila kung sino yung expert dyan. And they've already done their research. You don't need to tell them. You don't need to promote these PowerPoint presentations about how beautiful your country is. Alam na nila yun eh.
Yeah.
They're there for the talent. And the money follows where the talent is. So kapag you establish yourself in a certain niche and you say you are the leader in that, through the citations, through the patents, through all of those things, the money follows that. So this is the reason why we need to liberalize our educational system so that we can have these foreign experts who can come here and teach us and develop our talent. We need to liberalize that because they're going to bring with them a lot of know-how. We have an MIT Living Lab here in Adelaide, and we also have Carnegie Mellon, where I studied. So those guys, go to Malaysia and you find that Monash has a campus there.
They have. Yeah, you know, I was just gonna say that
Yun.
Malaysia, or even Singapore, but even more so Malaysia because it's lower cost. No, Malaysia has capitalized on their situation to allow a lot of foreign universities to set up campuses there. Kaya nga yun nga, Monash, which is from Melbourne, di ba?
Melbourne, yeah, the leading.
Meron sila doon, and I don't know, maybe Flinders might soon be having there too.
Di ba? UAE, United Arab Emirates, I believe they also attract foreign
universities. Yata sila dun eh.
Kasi kung titignan mo yung ranking ng ating mga top universities, UP Ateneo LaSalle, UP I think is in the 300 to 600 range. And then Ateneo LaSalle are in the 700 to 1,000 range. So, and then, kung aangat man yon, 1 or 2 3 notches, you're not going to attract them as much as you possibly can. So you need to bring in the talent. And you combine that with our talent, that will create what we call social learning, social return education. You combine that with our capacity to absorb all of this, we will benefit from it.
Magaling naman ang Pinoy matuto eh. We're fast learners. We're very good at integrating knowledge. We're very good, especially when we're abroad. We're so good at we're good at actually learning stuff, which I don't know why sa Pilipinas we don't want this thing to happen. So parang diba, bad trip eh.
So what will happen is the government spends on R&D and the higher education institutions also. That will create the intellectual capital, and then that will attract the businesses who will also partner with them and collaborate. And the businesses will also spend on R&D. So if you have a vaccine, a business will come in, will commercialize that. See, that's the sequence. That's the chain of events.
Yes,
that will happen. The business then come in, the venture capitalists, and then they will commercialize that. You need a technocracy, a techno state, in order to design that to happen. So hindi lang basta-basta mangyayari yon. In Vietnam, they are developing that, believe it or not.
Wow,
Sinasabi ni Pinyol na, Vietnam is complaining. Mag-antay lang po kayo, Congressman
Pinyol. Hindi niya alam eh.
Antay-antayin nyo lang at makikita nyo na yung sinasabi nyo hindi nila ma-attract, mangyayari yan sa Vietnam. And when that happens...
they're beefing up on their English pa. They're beefing up on English. So
yes,
soon,
absolutely.
They will soon be able to get those kinds of jobs too.
So the answer is not to go back to this 1950s idea of what industrialization looks like.
Yeah.
The idea is to think about this is the 21st century now. Think of it this way. The agricultural sector used to employ, let's say, 2/3 of Philippine labor. But in some advanced economies, it's something like 2% na lang.
2%, yeah, very small.
But yes, without sacrificing the output of the agricultural sector, because they have mechanized and they've modernized it. Pretty soon, that is going to happen to the manufacturing sector through automation. Okay? So, despite the fact that a lot of value chains are being repatriated because of this COVID mess, being brought back home, it's not, in the future, it's not going to employ as many people as possible. So therefore, yung binabalak mo na magiging employer yan ng mga poorly educated, low-skilled workers ng Pilipinas, hindi po mangyayari yan. Hindi po mangyayari yan. It's a
we missed that boat na. We missed that boat.
Nakalipas na po.
Nakalipas na eh. Kasi ang baka-baka ng mga
protectionism won't work anymore. We've signed up to the WTO. Plus, manufacturing now is changing. The Philippines is now no longer a cheap labor source of labor. we need to level up and we need to. So that's why we need to invest as much as we can on our people to equip them. The one reason why the conditional cash transfers is useful is because it prevents stunting. Studies have showed that since we implemented it. And the reason why that's important is for cognitive development, because stunting doesn't just affect your height, it affects your brain.
Your brain. Yeah.
So if you're stunted here, you cannot acquire the knowledge in school. So that's why that CCT is so useful, because imagine agriculture is going to displace now pretty soon with the rice tariffication law, the mechanization of agriculture, displace a lot of agricultural workers who are low skilled, low education, but they cannot go to those high value industries because they lacked this.
Yeah.
Whole generation is just going to be gone. I'm sorry to say, there's no sugarcoating it. But the way to survive is not to try and create a safety net through the industrial policy of creating these. They don't exist anymore, or they're not for us anymore. We're too costly a country. So therefore, we need
or at least Metro Manila is too costly an area to to set up in.
We need to level up now. We need to level up, and we need to bring in as much of the foreign capital, and the other thing is our startups. Our startups. So the OECD said that about 80% of all the net new jobs being created in the advanced economies come from startups. In Australia, that was replicated, and I believe that's also true for us. So therefore, because the large companies, they don't really create net new employment.
Yeah, of course.
There's just a churn. People come in, people come out. If anything, they actually downsize.
Downsize. Yeah, they even downsize.
They lose employment.
And this is the problem, though, of the Philippines, because to have a huge number of startups, you need to have a huge number of investors, particularly venture capital. And venture capital is generally international. It's usually globally sourced. It's very rarely domestically sourced. Even in the US, their venture capitalists come from all around the world. They're not just American, but they're also European and people from everywhere else.
Ryan, we are in the Startup Genome Project. It's a global parang think tank. The Philippines was identified as a center for fintech, financial tech.
Yeah.
Ang problema, all these online services, ang pangit-pangit ng ating internet sa Pilipinas. Dahil ang telco is one of the industries that is make foreign ownership cap, di ba?
May 60-40 eh.
Yun. So, and then Globe and PLDT lang ang naglalaban. Who owns these companies? So, the only way out of this is, I think an Aussie company was thinking about it. Telstra was thinking about partnering with, I think, San Miguel, or hindi matuloy-tuloy.
Hindi matuloy-tuloy,
60-40 kasi, so, hindi talaga if we want to become a startup nation, yung negosyo centers, hindi yun yung sagot eh. Improve natin yung telco natin. Our internet services has to be high quality, high bandwidth. Who's going to invest in that? Right? It's San Miguel. San Miguel is investing overseas. They're not investing at home anymore. Well, they're investing in the infrastructure. They're building airports. But they can't, they're not entering kasi wala silang partner. Well, sino ba namang partner ang gusto na minority stake ka lang?
Oo nga eh.
Hindi naman papayag na ganun yun eh, di ba?
And especially that they're going to be the technology provider.
Oo. Diba?
They're the technology provider. So they have to be the majority.
Or like Singtel comes in. Oh, you might say Huawei. Oh, let's not entertain Huawei. That's national security. Eh, marami namang iba eh. Diba?
Kaya nga eh.
So, bakit hindi na...
What's really weird is these are companies, this industry, internet, for example, that's an enabling industry. So when you have a good system, it enables so many other industries to develop. So at
Yeah.
least dun pa lang kailangan nating ayusin na yun eh. Kasi
My
pag
goodness.
naayos siya, maayos yung maraming iba. Di ba? Eh ngayon,
Yeah.
ang problema, we're bottleneck sila eh. They are a
They're
bottleneck.
the bottleneck. And
Di
not
ba?
only that, right? A lot of SMEs that are not really technology in nature also depend on e-commerce for their business, diba? For selling their products. So it's a limiting factor talaga, and the Constitution is the one that's in the way. I mean,
Indeed.
what more can you say? I mean,
Oh, grabe talaga, no? Here's
what
what
more
I
can you...
think. If I can add in, no, I really think, no, one of the things that we can do is to show that the Philippines has the ability to still attract the more or less traditional manufacturing. Pero yun, yung mga yun, they won't go to the NCR and its spillover areas, no? So yung mga the more expensive areas like Metro Manila and the mga Cavite, Laguna,
Mhm.
Bulacan, Clark, Subic, they shouldn't go there. These traditional manufacturers should go to the peripheries, the poorer areas, where they can afford to set up lower cost stuff. And because the Philippines really is two countries, we have
Yeah.
areas that are very first world, yung mga BGC
Mm.
natin, yung mga, the nice areas of
Yeah,
Metro
yeah.
Manila are first world. But then we
Yung,
also have the really parang sub-Saharan Africa nga yung dating ng
yeah, like
economic.
Barm or Bicol
Oh,
region, yung
yung
mga
mga yun,
ganon.
they can attract the lower end of manufacturing. So just create the jobs there also. But then the higher level ones, yun na yung lalagay natin sa mga cities.
I-level up, oo.
Sa
And they
level
also
up.
have the largest proportion na mahihirap and low-skilled. Ito, kasi isa pang area where we can really liberalize is in tourism and health
Indeed.
sector
Indeed.
by catering to international tourists and medical
Yes.
tourism.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and I know a lot of foreigners who want to invest in the Philippines to build resorts, B&B, bed and breakfasts, or to create retirement villages, for example.
Yes. Yes.
One of the major hindrances, and it's been ruled out, is the land ownership question. You know, so I'd like to go to my next set of slides. And the thing there is masyadong emotional daw na issue to.
Kaya nga eh.
Super emotional issue. And wala eh. It's like, dahil sinakop tayo ng mga dayuhan for so many centuries.
Pakita nga
Eto
natin
na
yung slides mo
naman.
na yan.
Dadagsana naman sila. Right?
Saan yung slides na yan? Hanapin natin.
Yeah. It's on
This
land
one?
reform. Yeah,
This one.
yeah.
Okay.
Now, and the thing here as well is about agricultural land, right?
Okay.
Kasi ito talaga eh. You know, our agricultural sector is really needs to modernize. Now, we tried in the 1970s through Marcos imposed land reform for the rice and corn producing land, in 1972 with PD 27. And he followed the model adopted in Taiwan and by the Taft Commission na 2.5% lang of the annual yield of the land should be the price that we will compensate the landowners with. Under 1980s, under the CARP law, which is post-EDSA, it was enacted, I can't remember, 1988 yata. They made it market value.
Okay.
So dito na pumasok yung mga Garchitorena scandal, where they in fact hindi lang market value, kundi several multiples of the market value.
Oh my gosh.
Itong kwento ko sa iyo, Orion, personal family history ko lang to. My dad was a proponent of land reform in the 1972 CONCON. Naunahan lang siya ni Marcos, Siya yung nag-sponsor ng land reform sa 1972. He's from Nueva Ecija, so Central Luzon rice producing. May mga lupain kami, so sabi niya, pasok natin yan. When Cory ran against Marcos, in 85, sabi ni Marcos sa entablado, this opposition, they have no platform, They have no party. Wala. Anong platform nila? Di ba? Kasi yung punto niya is si Cory walang alam. Walang alam niya. Anong plataforma mo? So my dad, who was part of PDP Laban and support Cory at the time, he wrote an article saying this is the platform of the Cory administration, land reform. Kaya naging centerpiece program ni Cory yung land reform. Pero ang ginawa ng CARP, in-expand nila to cover sugar, other crops. No? Pero ginawa nilang market rate. Si Doña Aurora Aquino, who's not Ninoy's mother, kasi parang stepmother lang yan, second wife, or yun nanay ni Herminio Aquino.
Okay.
Because when Dad ran in the 84 Batasan Pambansa, Cory, sila Noy, even Bam pang tawag nun They went out and campaigned kasi Central Luzon yan against Danding Cojuangco's people. Doña Aurora Aquino went also and she said, pabor kami sa land reform. She came out and said it. She actually wanted my dad to become Secretary of Agrarian Reform after 88. Now, a reporter, I'm not sure if it was Adrian Cristobal or basta somebody wrote about this and said the papers were on Cory's desk. It was just that her social secretary at the time yanked the paper, and ang pinasok was the guy who eventually became the secretary. So this is alleged lang. This is like, but a journalist wrote about this. And it was that secretary who was very close to the Aquinos and Cojuangcos where the Garchito Rena land scam took place. And kasi the social secretary, I think, was married to that guy.
And what's allegedly the Garchito Rena scandal? I mean, I don't know that topic.
Now, the Garchito Rena scandal, the roots of this was that a campaign contributor from the Bicol region, from the Bicol region, campaign contributor to Cory's campaign against Marcos, they owned a lot of land. So in the Bicol region. So what they wanted to do is for the government to pay them not just the market rate, but several times the market rate. You follow me?
Yeah.
Lulutuin nila yung valuation para maging
mas mataas.
Parang yung nangyari sa Hacienda Luisita, if you recall. Parang
okay.
Na-inflate biglang pumutok yung scandal, hindi na. So when my dad learned about this, he told me in his later years, he admitted, kasi Coryista kami. Hindi kami yung tipong na, yung sinasabi na, yung pula sa labas.
Yung queso de bola.
Hindi ko tataguin yung kung saan kami nanggaling, Pero sinabi ng father ko, buti na lang na hindi ako inappoint dyan. Dahil kung inappoint sa akin yan, ipapapirma sa akin yung mga papeles na yan at hindi ko magagawa yon, no? So, because when he was OIC governor, he signed a lot of emancipation patents that were from the Marcos era, converting them into, so ma-process na yon. So yun ang storya nun. But here's the twist of it all. The CARP was funded by the retrieved wealth of the Marcoses. Actually, this PIDS paper, the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, which is a government think tank, wrote this paper, and this is where the quote comes. It says that compared to PD 27, the subsidies were actually the net present value of the estimated annual benefits paid to farmers represents the minimum value of transfer received by farmers. So it's just basically saying the estimates show that this value is higher for PD 27 compared to CARP estimates, despite the smaller area redistributed under the former. What's it saying? It's saying that the subsidies to the farmers, land reform under Marcos was more generous to the farmers than under CARP.
Grabe.
And the next slide shows this. That's the value.
Presidential Decree 27 yun.
Yeah.
That's
55. That's the annual subsidy compared to CARP. Kasi nga, based on market value And
Oo.
bakit? Kasi sino ba may hawak ng lupa?
Mga landowners eh.
Yung mga kasik, di ba? Yung mga
Kasi,
kapanahunan pa. And gusto pa nilang i-inflate. And Marcos wealth, so CARP could be seen as a wealth transfer from the Marcoses to the Casiques. So if you consider it, you might say, oh, hindi, Marcos wealth yan, Yamashita gold or whatever, or ninakaw nila Marcos yan. Whatever the case, sabihin mo na lang taxpayer money yan. Because you could say, even the Yamashita gold should have gone to the government, right? So whatever. This is state money, supposedly, recovered from ill-gotten wealth. Kaya centerpiece yung CARP eh. Kasi yung supposedly yung ill-gotten wealth ng Marcos ibibigay raw sa mga mahihirap na magsasaka. Hindi. Pumunta sa mga mayayaman na may-ari ng lupain.
Pumunta sa mga landowners.
Yes. That's all that is. That's all that is, folks. Yun lamang po. Now, we go to my next slide. So this paper was called, they looked at the economic costs of land reform. Ito naman, impact study na to, following the 2010 paper. This was a few years after. And it said that the impact of CARP, some welfare effects resulted, but these were muted and are generally observed among areas where lands were more productive. So you could say na, okay, ano ba talaga, what's the causality here? Sila Monsod, sila Solita Monsod, they did impact studies. Yun ang kinokot niya. But there is also no clear evidence whether the objectives of CARP to increase investments in agriculture, increase access to formal credit of farmers and equity have been achieved. So in terms of are you better off before or after, there are some slight improvements. But we don't know because ang na-cover lang na lupa yung mga productive lands eh. And they were generally the lands under CARP na distribute where the government, public lands, as well as the voluntary surrender of lands. Yung mga privately owned lands, yun ang parang hindi pa rin na-distribute eh. But then the conclusion here, they stated, land reform has become obsolete. Agricultural households are investing in education, skills, upgrading, overseas work, non-farm assets, including housing. The objective of poverty and equity can be achieved, or the objectives of reducing poverty and improving equity can be achieved through alternative programs that offer lower costs to the government. And one of these is the conditional cash transfers, housing program, etc., education, and all that.
Yeah.
So the bottom line here is that what they are saying, and if you go to my next slide, by the way, that's the final bottom line, is that the agrarian sector should instead focus on supporting programs to modernize agriculture that will benefit all small farmers, whether they're agrarian reform beneficiaries or not. The DAR, the Department of Agrarian Reform, together with DA, Department of Agriculture, can provide small farms access to value chain. I don't know what they mean by that. Presumably help them get into the value chains. Consolidation of farm operations for economies of scale, so large plots, commercialized and development of social enterprises. Yun ang conclusion nila. So, my God, agrarian reform since 1902, the Americans trying it and failed because of property rights was so expensive. Then the caciques came into power, concentrated the land in their hands, controlled Congress as a result, controlled our economic policies as a result. We didn't develop as a result. And then now they're saying, okay, land should still be restricted from foreigners, foreign investment. Because, kawawa naman yung... Now, we know, because Senator Villar keeps reminding us, she's the chair of the Agricultural Committee in the Senate, that nobody wants to go into farming anymore in the Philippines, right? Tumatanda na ang mga magsasaka. And nobody is replacing them. Not even their children, kahit sila na may-ari ng lupa. Bakit? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Ayaw nilang pumasok sa farming kasi nga lumalabas, they actually earn more if they go overseas as working abroad actually and all that. Or if they do something else, basically.
And parang edukado na ako eh. Magsasaka pa rin ako.
Oh.
The back-breaking work, katulad nung ninuno ko,
Oo nga.
the only people in the Philippines who want to go into farming these days are burnt out millennials or people undergoing a midlife crisis who want to engage in farming as a hobby
As a hobby,
or
yeah.
as a lifestyle decision to promote organic,
Organic,
new age farming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they can post it on Instagram. Those are the only enthusiastic farmers that we have today. Nobody wants to go into farming, and that's why Villar is proposing the farm bill, diba, to encourage, to modernize it. So, like what I said, what's going to happen to the farming sector is it's not going to employ as many people anymore. It'll still produce. The challenge is to produce more, but with less people.
With less people. And actually, that's the only way to really truly be productive as in agriculture. All advanced societies, and even Malaysia, for example, and all these other countries are moving towards that. Malaysia has already long done that, where they've industrialized their farming to the point that they don't anymore have to hire so many people into farming.
No.
They can hire 1 or 2 people to handle, I don't know, a huge number of hectares of land because they're mechanized.
Naka-satellite na yung, naka-drone na yung mga, naka-program na yung mga ano. So, yung crops, alam nila kung kailan magdidilig. Kasi may parang weather, ano na siya, satellite. So, ganun na ang farming po ngayon eh. Hindi na yung katulad dati eh. Na mag-aararo ka.
Sa Malaysia, wala nang gumagamit ng kalabaw at araro. Wala na. Puro na yan tractor, harvester, lahat na yung mga mga high-tech.
Kaya yung price tarification law na tinutulan ng maraming mga progresibo sa ating bansa, progresibo. Actually, ang purpose nun is to generate money so that we can invest in the mechanization of our agriculture, the modernization. But that's only one side of the equation. The other side is you need to really i-wrap up na yung carp and then find other ways to lift people out of poverty, as this paper suggested, and then open up it to investment. Kasi government can only invest so much in the mechanization and so forth. Yeah. You also need private investors now to join the fray. But if the rules are so restricted and they can't engage in economies of scale, then wala rin.
Wala rin talaga. Actually, ito nga, I posted some time ago that the best practice in terms of how to really develop agriculture is to suck people out of it. This is ironically how I said it. You suck people out of agriculture by, first of all, industrialization. So you industrialize. You have to industrialize. So that's what China is doing, and all these other countries are doing. They industrialize. So the cities or town areas, they start to have more jobs. People from the farmlands, they leave. They go to these, and they leave only the owner of the farms, and then the farm owners are now forced to mechanize. And if their land is too small, they need to join forces with other landowners. They band together, create huge areas where together they can now invest in machinery or equipment so that they have the economies of scale to make the whole mechanized enterprise worthwhile. So with that, so they now have a bigger amount of land. They have the mechanization. They now hire people at good enough rates of sinasweldohan nila yung mga tao na magiging tractor operator, ganyan. Wala na yung mga sakada. Yung mga sakada.
But when I went once to China, I was visiting this province in Hebei, and they toured us around, and I noticed, so they took us to this farm, they took us to these rice paddies, and I noticed these buildings near the farm, and I said to my guide, "What's that? Those buildings over there?" And the guide said, those are the houses of the farmers. Magagara pala ang mga mayayaman pala ang
Mayayaman.
mga farmers sa China. Sabi ko, sabi niya ganon. Because they already made that leap, no, into high yield,
High
high
yield.
tech, and they've already done that, and they work, yeah. So those are the things, no, that I would say are needed. And okay, kung land ownership is ruled out of the question, or agriculture, at least allow the small farm holders to negotiate with these large companies to engage itong economies of scale, so that they can move up to a higher value. Everything requires us to move up to a higher value chain.
Level up na talaga. Wala na yung mga old style eh.
Whether it's agriculture or manufacturing or even mining or services sector.
Ito nga eh. The problem of the Philippines is it's still too much in the heritage of smallness. And that heritage of smallness, that comes from an article written by many years ago, when the late Nick Joaquin was still alive. So he wrote that article. In Heritage of Smallness, he was talking about the preference of the Pinoy for tingi-tingi. Or yun nga, kung sa subsistence farming pa yan, kumbaga, nandun tayo yun nga, kung sa farming pa yun, subsistence farming. You don't make more than enough to make money on. Parang you're just feeding yourself. That's all. Your family. Very, very, parang yun nga.
Kung patingi-tingi ka lang,
tingi-tingi
may kakayahan ka bang mag-invest sa tractor?
Wala eh.
Mag-risk. May kakayahan ka ba na mag-take ng risk at baguhin yung crop na tinatanim mo sa high yield, na hindi mo pa alam kung paano gawin yon, to new modern technology, new methods. Unang-una, so yun ang problema eh.
Araro pa rin eh, naka-manual pa rin, araro. Tapos sa mga mining natin, ha, mom and pop, pick and shovel lang yung mga mining companies na marami. These are small scale mining operations na walang international standards, adherence to safety, pollution, yung parang avoidance of pollution, wala. Buti nga yung mga foreign companies, marami dyan, they really invest in yung mga safety harnesses, safety equipment, standard training, and all the equipment that's needed para mamenos talaga yung mga cave-in and all that stuff. Pero sa Pilipinas, small scale pa rin yung iba eh. Tapos,
parang cottage industry nga.
Cottage industry lang, mom and pop masyado.
In Australia, the exploration companies, the ones that see if there's actually good stuff underneath, they're usually the small and medium enterprises. Yun yung parang mom and pop. Kahit dito. So they're the explorers. But once they find the deposits, binibenta na nila sa mga BHP, Billiton, and Rio Tinto to the large multinationals na. Sila na yung nag-extract because they don't have the financial capital to exploit the reserves, So they do get a property right. They do own the because exploration investment is a form of intellectual capital. Intellectual capital you're investing is knowing what's underground.
You found it, nahanap mo dyan.
Once you surveyed that, and then you know now how big the deposits are, then they sell it, and then they go find other sites,
another place. But they earn some royalties naman from that, do they earn royalties from that?
It depends on the terms, though. But normally they will sell their rights na, basically.
Okay. So they make money on that sale.
Yeah. It's because it's a property right, okay? It's a form of property ownership. So you can do with it as you will. No, large companies usually bibili na nila yan outright. And they can value that, the future stream of earnings. They can give you a cut of that. They bring it to present day value. yun na yung selling price
So
nila.
that's kind of similar to how some startups, they have an angel investor. They have
Yeah.
angel investors. Then the angel investor builds it up to a certain point at which some
Yeah.
huge VC comes in,
That's
and then,
it.
diba? And then they make money out of that, and then the
Yeah.
VC later
Yeah.
on can sell it off or make it
Yeah.
go public, diba? So that's when they
Yeah.
make money on their own.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
parang,
The VC comes, yeah. So in mining, ganun siya. Even here in Australia, they're just it's just too costly for them to invest in all the heavy equipment. It's a big
yeah,
undertaking. So they're not the ones who do it. It's the large companies who do. So meron
yeah,
pa ring place for those mom and pop. Hindi sila
yeah, yeah.
mawawala. They're part of
Oh,
the ecosystem. It's just that to really maximize, what's there, you need
let the big boys do the part that they can do
yeah,
best.
exactly.
So, yeah, let
And then you talk about national interest, then the royalties flow to the state. Diba? We
yes,
can
yes,
charge them royalties, and that those royalties we can create a future fund for the Philippines, invest in the education, in the health, in the well-being of our
infrastructure
countrymen, so that then they can go, and because really mining will
is
uh,
temporary.
it doesn't employ as many people, because as I said, it's capital intensive now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So although in Australia the value of exports in mining is so large, but if you look at the proportion employed in mining, it's like 1 to 2%.
Yeah, yeah.
So the benefit really flows from is captured when you from the royalties, the proceeds of the exports of those. You charge a royalty to the based on the volume. So you charge a fixed rate or whatever. The finance people in the Philippines were saying we should have a mining tax, for example, and that there's a sophisticated. That's not just a tax. It's a way to encourage investment. It's not just a tax, because you can offset your losses in different fields that didn't pan out. You can invest the losses there in the one that actually benefits. So the owner, the mining company, actually benefits by offsetting their losses in other areas and lessens their. So then that encourages you to invest, to explore talaga as much as you can, because you can offset it against future earnings. So we can then invest that. Like, for example, Western Australia has a future fund. Norway has also that oil fund. They're the largest sovereign wealth fund, the
Yeah,
Norwegians.
yeah.
And
Norway.
that's
Yeah.
the reason why tertiary education in Norway is free, because
Yes,
it's
yes.
paid for by the petroleum that was extracted. So these institutions prevent the Dutch disease from happening, which happened in Denmark when they extracted the oil from the North Sea. But then what happened was the government blew it off, spent it. And then when the price of oil went down, they couldn't continue the social spending. And their currency appreciated to the point that exports were uncompetitive. Ang ginagawa and Singapore has a sovereign wealth fund.
Yes, yes.
Chile has one from their copper. What this does is they use these funds to then help industry to grow. They can foster technology as well, those types of things. So magbe-benefit tayo dyan. Hindi lang yung mga dayuhan na makikinabang. Pwede tayong makikinabang. Now, if it remains in the ground, how are we going to benefit from that?
Kaya nga
Or in-extract mo pero pa konti-konti.
Wala ka namang nakukuhang value. You cannot convert those earnings into other beneficial stuff for Filipinos, like education and
right.
other
So again,
things.
sino ba ang nakikinabang under the present setup? Sino ba yung mga nakikinabang?
Oligarchs lang eh.
Yung
Oligarchs
mga
lang
may
eh.
hawak ng mining license. And sino nag-i-issue ng mining license? Aba, Kongreso, di ba?
Kongreso,
Sino nag-i-issue ng prangkisa sa telecoms? Kongreso, di ba?
Kongreso, sila rin yun.
Kongreso. Sino may hawak ng Kongreso?
Mga oligarchs, mga ano, mga elites.
Oh, so sino ang tutol sa opening up to foreign direct investment? Yung mga,
Elites and oligarchs.
yung mga nakikinabang sa sistema. At yung
Iyon.
sa mga leftists na ang balak nilang gawin is i-nationalize lahat at kopyahin ang ginawa ng mga Soviet Union na, it's a failed model for development. Dahil gusto nilang
I did want to say, no, Doy, one really weird thing that many people don't understand about the leftists in the Philippines is that the top leadership of the leftists in the Philippines, particularly the guys who are in the Netherlands right now, Joma Sison, Luis Halandoni, and a few others, they are actually themselves oligarchs. Joma Sison is the son of a landowner. He comes from a rich landowning family. Luis Halandoni, his right-hand man, is also another oligarch. The Halandoni family is the rich family from Negros, Iloilo and Negros, who are again sugar plantation owners. They're oligarchs.
They're the vanguard. They were supposed to be the vanguard, the intellectual class.
A lot of the people who are in the...
My dad actually went to UP with Joma Sison. They were actually friends. When Joma came out of prison, Cory let him out and left him to the cognizance of Peping Coanco. My dad was going into the Coanco building. Joma Sison was coming out. And he said, my dad didn't actually see him. He heard him say, Noli! He turned back and it was Joma Sison. Gave each other a hug. And the reporters were there, the cameras were clicking.
Oh my gosh.
But si Joma Sison kasi, what they want is for them to be like the Communist Party in China. And who are the millionaires and billionaires in China?
The communists. The members of the Politburo.
Right. So, sino makikinabang under that model? Sino makikinabang dun sa modelong yun? Sila rin, di ba?
Sila rin.
They will be at the top of the food chain kasi. Under that nationalist system.
Grabe. I wanted to share this book, no? This book, this is called A Doctor in the House. No? So, sana makita ng mga tao to. I'll show it to everyone first. So, ito kay Mahathir Mohamad. So, A Doctor in the House. So, this is, this book, this book talks about, sorry, ayusin ko to. This book is his, this is his memoirs. And, yeah, and it's actually it's a good book kasi, so I also have, of course, the Lee Kuan Yew books, no? So I have the Third World to First. So everybody, of course, will say, well, Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, that's a little too, parang, kasi maliit naman sila na bansa, blah, blah, blah. So sabi ko, what about Malaysia? So Malaysia we're almost at the same level in terms of, land area. Diba? Yung land area natin, di naman nagkakalayo. We're almost the same size.
60 million people, I think, in Malaysia.
They're probably, 65. I'm not sure, they're not that many. But so in terms of number of people, they're not that many compared to us. But they're the majority ethnic group, which is the Pumiputras. They are very similar to us Filipinos. They're similar in terms of outlook.
Malay race. Malay.
32
million pa lang Malaysia. 32 million.
32 million sila.
60 ang Vietnam.
Yung 60 ang Vietnam. So yung mga Malay, they're very similar to Filipinos. Nagkaiba lang na baliktad sa atin. So parang majority sa kanila Muslim, pero meron din sila mga Kristiyano. Tayo, majority Kristiyano, may minority tayong Muslim. Pero generally speaking, linguistically, and we're very similar. Linguistically, culturally, very similar. Diba? So when you look at Malaysia as a model, also you can see that they also, just like Singapore, relied a lot on foreign direct investors. So I go to page 308, 308, sabi niya, nevertheless, the increase in foreign investments helped to create jobs and so lowered the unemployment rate, which was high at the time. Our approach differed from those of Japan and Korea, where their preference was for acquiring foreign technology, but for investment by the locals. So meaning the money in Japan and Korea, South Korea, was local, domestic. Well, but they used foreign technology. They learned foreign technology. Now, sabi niya, we did not have the local entrepreneurs with the money or the willingness to invest in industries they were
Yep.
not familiar with. So yun yung main point na nagkakaiba tayo sa dalawang bansang yan. In Japan and Korea, their people were willing to really do the hard work of learning all these technologies by themselves, and they also had this high savings rate that allowed them to have domestic financial resources for that. But in Malaysia, even in Singapore, and also in the Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam, they did not have local entrepreneurs with the money or the expertise or the interest to do it. So talagang wala kang magagawa eh. Hindi nila kaya eh domestically. So sabi, it was only after many years that Malaysians acquired the knowledge and industrial skills to invest in manufacturing. Thus, it was through FDI that we succeeded in converting our agricultural economy into an industrial economy and eventually solving our unemployment problem. So, very clear. I mean, in many parts of this book, he really talks about it. No, yung what we did, what did we do to attract them? Ganyan.
Yeah.
There are parts here where he explained that sometimes they did have some cases where they persuaded the partners the foreign investors to partner with locals. However, their partnership scheme did not require the foreign investor to become a minority shareholder. So whenever they asked for some companies to come in and they said, pwede ba kayong makipag-partner sa
Joint
local?
venture, yeah.
Ang mga local, siguro 20% lang or 30%. Parang they were saying, kayo pa rin, foreign company, kayo pa rin yung majority, basta may konting share yung local na Malaysian company. So, iba yung approach ng Malaysia kasi hindi sila swapang.
Trabaho ang habol nila. Gusto nila
ang habol nila, magkaroon ng maraming trabaho.
Mahathir is in the Muslim world, he is sort of seen as a thought leader.
Yes, he
in terms of how a Muslim country can develop, not following without the resources of Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And when he went to Pakistan, and he was invited by the Prime Minister, Imran Khan, who is a famous cricketer.
Yes,
who studied in Oxford. Actually.
The guy was he's a very intelligent guy. He's a honor student yun sa sa Oxford si Khan.
Yeah, I think he had, but well, he studied in Oxford. That's all that needs to be said, di ba?
Yun pa lang.
Third class honors lang siya doon. I mean, it's still something. But when he talks, you can really tell na nag-aral tong mamang to.
Yeah,
he invited Mahathir to give a talk to the business community because he wanted to follow the model of Malaysia. So Malaysia is now being seen as the model to follow. And Mahathir explained basically to that crowd of enthusiasts who really were, you could tell they were hanging on every word that he was saying, that when we started out, we had nothing. We had no capital. We had no exactly what you were saying there in his memoirs.
Yeah.
And so we said, come to Malaysia. Invest in our country. And, so ngayon, ang Malaysia na ang nag-i-invest sa ibang bansa.
Yes.
The reason why Mahathir was in Pakistan was he was going to open the plant of the Proton. Well, he was trying to get an investor, co-investor in Pakistan to put up a Proton car manufacturing plant in Pakistan. And what he did was he actually brought this large key for a car. He donated the car to Imran Khan. But the one thing that Mahathir said was that I don't want corruption. He didn't want corruption now. So it was a different, they relied talaga because they didn't have natural endowments like Singapore. They don't have mining deposits. They also didn't have that history of the caciques, because the
Yeah,
Brits
yeah,
who colonized them, they set up a responsible government first before
yeah.
a representative government.
By the way, to an extent, no, this book talks a lot about the difference between yung mga what happened in countries that were under the British versus those that were, let's say, under the Spanish. What were
Hmm.
some of the problems? And so this book talks about yung the management model or the economic models that were employed by the British versus that of the, say, the Spaniards. So
Hmm.
yun yung partly the reason why
Some
you have
insights
that.
came out of that, no? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
yun nga yung parang sinasabi mo about how they, kasi British nga yung nagano sa Malaysia eh. So iba
Hmm.
yung model nila. They were much more commercially, parang commercially focused kasi. The Spaniards were more, or especially in the initial stages, very much more
Hmm.
more concerned about propagating the Catholic faith. Actually, that was their
Hmm.
main overriding goal. It was bring about Christianization in their colonies. That was the main thing. Not so much
Well,
building an economy, so to speak. Eh.
they they extracted all the silver from Peru,
Peru, yeah,
and
yeah.
then all of that they bought silk from China with it,
Hmm.
and they became so affluent as a result. It's kind of like the Dutch disease
Yeah,
phenomenon. The
yeah.
English were more frugal, Queen Elizabeth. That some would say that Protestant ethic, but they were really. It's a different history altogether. And one guy wrote, Eliot, on the difference between North America and South America. In the colonies in North America, the British were actually spending more than they were extracting from the
Yeah,
colonies
yeah,
in
yeah. They were.
terms of providing civil administration and infrastructure. They were actually cash. They were actually
Subsidizing in
yeah,
many ways.
subsidizing it. And it shows in terms of the institutions that were there. The colonies in Latin America, because they were extracting, so you had a wealthy class there, made up of the criollo, who were resisting these bureaucrats from Madrid, who were like from low class families, the
Yeah,
Peninsulares, who were telling them what to do. So they wanted to kick them out. But they had 100-year advantage over us. Their independence movements were 1810 to
1800s. Yeah,
1820,
yeah. Early
whereas
80s.
ours, it took a whole century. And then the Americans came by and snuffed it out.
Indeed.
So it would be fun to look at that someday. Really, what would have happened if not for that? Would we have been better off without the having to pay the friars? I kind of run those experiments in my head sometimes. Like, what if the land had just been distributed to the people at that time, and the
Or maybe,
political economy has been very
maybe,
different.
what if instead of the Americans, it was the British who took over from the Spaniards? It might have been a different story because the Americans did not have any experience as colonists
Hmm.
at that. Whereas if I mean, if it was the British, they already did.
The
So
East India Company was in the Philippines, diba? They were the ones who helped set up the sugar plantations in Negros.
Looney, yeah, yeah, Looney.
And that's where the Chinese mestizos came in and tried to help them and build that up. So they were there, but it might have been very different. But they really had no. The 7 Years' War lapsed, and then they left in the 1700s. So
Yeah,
wala
yeah,
na. They didn't stay. They didn't see any benefit in staying.
yeah. But
India, what
by
they
the way,
tried to do in.
I would just
Hmm?
interject lang. Yung kay Looney though, it wasn't really so much the East India Company per se. It was just actually purely the efforts of the British consul there in Iloilo, si Nicholas Loney.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it wasn't really the East India Company that did that. It was really just Nicholas Loney, who himself was an adherent of Adam Smith. Um,
Mm.
Comparative advantage theory. So Nicholas Loney basically wanted to facilitate trade between Iloilo and Manchester. So So he said, look, it's so expensive for you guys to do your sinamay textiles and all that, whereas we're able to do it cheaply in Manchester in England. So he said, we'll bring in textile imports, but then I'll introduce to you something that you guys don't have yet, but this will be something that you have that England
Yeah.
does not have at all: sugar. So he introduced the sugar trade and said, "You're tropical, you have that ability." And yun. So that's how the sugar thing came up. It was something that he
He was
brought
the
in.
British vice consul
Vice
in
consul, yeah,
Iloilo.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
that's Nicholas
but
Lowe.
remember that the colonial government of Britain, in East, I mean in their colonies in Asia, was actually
Under the East India Company.
yeah, the East
It was it
India
was set up,
Company.
it was set up by them. Yeah,
Yeah, so there was a close connection
yeah. There was.
between the Navy. I think he was a Navy person, wasn't he? An admiral or some sort. So yeah, that's true. But the British in India, Fukuyama said they tried to manage them, colonize them on the cheap, and as a result, the
Yeah.
institutions there they weren't really as and that was the later period now, so it wasn't as good, I guess. And
Same.
then
It wasn't the same as how they did the Americas, because the Americas, at least
mm,
North America,
Canada,
was
Australia,
populated. Yeah, it was populated by British people also,
yeah.
basically Europeans, and of course that you still had that racial thing. They would
Mm,
treat fellow whites better than they would treat non-whites. So
yeah,
that issue was there at
there's
that point in
there's
time.
definitely that. But anyway, so wow, we've really gone to Mars and back, haven't we,
Yeah,
with
yeah,
this
I know.
topic,
I
haven't we?
think
But
it's good because a lot of people now learn a lot of these different things. Dami nilang natutunan, and now they can integrate all these things so that if they ever come into a conversation with other people about this topic, ang dami nilang mapupulot. Ay, may nakuha ko dito, ito. Yung parang meron silang pang-rebuttal sa mga
mm,
nangungontra. May mapapakita sila na, oh, ito, ganito. Actually, yung sinasabi mo, mali yan kasi dahil dito sa ganitong nangyari, blah, 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 blah. Meron silang may sasagot. Hindi lang yung puro lang nakatutok lang sa isang topic lang na very narrow. Pero ang atin
yeah,
kasi holistic kasi yung approach natin eh. And that's
mm,
how that's how you actually that's how you can that's how we counteract the false information being fed by Ibon Foundation, the Makabayad Block, all these mga kontra ng kontra sa reforma,
mm,
yung mga kunyari si Manny Piñol, yung mga mali-mali niya sinasabi. If you know the big picture, the whole story, talagang makokontra mo yung mga wrong info na kinakalat nila. Yun, yung
mm,
taga-Luminous, yung si George Ahmed na yan, mga wrong info
mm,
niya. If you know all this stuff, if
yeah,
you've read this book, you've read this book, you've read this book, and all the books
yeah,
that you were also
yeah, yeah,
showing,
yeah,
they've
yeah.
all read that. Pucha, talo talaga ang kalaban. Wala silang, wala.
It's a false reading of history, unang-una, and a false understanding as well of where we are now in this current world context. The world has changed and has moved on. I'm sorry to say. I mean, it would be nice to go back in time and try to redo all this stuff, but we can't. What's done is done.
Indeed.
So the only thing that we can do now is, the thing is, we're trying to move our country into the 21st century. Um, One of the biggest hindrances ever since talaga is that our economy is really constrained by the people who own the wealth and have the power. Yun lang bottom line dyan eh. And there's an unholy alliance, going back to the original point nga, with the pseudo leftists who are trying to foster this
Balik natin yun. Papuntahan ko yun, yung ano na yun.
false dream of a nationalist
Sabi ko yan.
economic agenda.
Ito ba yun? Hindi,
It's
hindi.
close to the first.
Ito yun. Ito yun. Overhault.
So,
Grabe, ano?
ang kinalalabasan yan is we are uncompetitive. There's a monopoly. All you need to do is try to surf on the internet, and you'll see what I mean. And it's just after 35 years of this constitution, I think the experiment we can pwede na nating tuldukan yung eksperimentong ito. I mean, it's not just 35 years, as we've said.
Yeah,
This began all the way in 1902 to prevent Americans from the American government in the Philippines from being captured by business interests. They prohibited their own people from investing, and as a result, all the wealth was captured by these elites. And then when they wrote our constitution, they put those provisions there, and they gradually expanded the scope to include more and more sectors. And so now they're again opposed to this, and we have to ask ourselves the question: bakit ba nila sinulat sa constitution yan?
Hindi naman talaga dapat yan sa constitution eh. All other countries, kahit nga ang China at Vietnam na mga communist sila, wala sa constitution nila yung mga ganun. Whatever, if ever they have any restrictions, sa legislation lang nila nilalagay eh. Tayo lang ang kaiisang bansa na may ganyan sa constitution. Tayo lang.
If you look at the Malolos constitution, this was pre kasi
they don't even have it either.
Yeah, in fact, you could say that they were quite open. They were even saying open. Foreigners can reside in the Philippines.
Yes.
Based
as long as they follow the rules, yun lang ang sinabi.
Yeah, exactly. To that effect, there was none of this. Lumitaw lang to after the Caciques under the Americans. Natuto sila. Na they gained national prominence and they gained access dun sa kaban ng bayan.
Yeah,
and as a result,
I'll mention that the Malolos Constitution to an extent kasi was formed by leading proponents of the Philippine the Philippine Enlightenment. So a lot of them were looking at the European Enlightenment. Many of them were the guys who went to the guys or the friends of the guys who went to Europe. So nandiyan sina Luna, the Luna brothers, sina Paro de Tavera, all these group.
By 1898, though, the Enlightenment was already
It's already going down, but they still had that ethos of the liberal Enlightenment of let's be an open economy, blah blah blah. They were much more. They were still in that mindset, eh. And
also they didn't own the friar lands. It was the religious orders that held most of the land, so they had nothing to lose.
They had nothing to lose.
They did not own the property yet. It was the Americans that transferred the friar lands to them.
To them,
them afterwards, in order to get the support of the broad sections of society for the revolution. They said to them, you can have the friar lands. What you're tilling now as a sharecropper, you can own it and cost free. Don't need to pay it back because we kicked them out there. They would no longer be the owners. We kicked them. It's a revolution, for goodness sake, to kick them out. But when the Americans came, they were forced by the Spaniards to respect those property rights, and so they had to buy it, and so they just couldn't. They issued bonds in order to buy it, and it wasn't the American government that issued it. They issued the bonds, and they even charged the interest on the bonds. Dun sa the repayments had to be made back to the American. They couldn't subsidize it because they had already spent on the war and everything. So that was it. That's where it started, and then ever since they had the land of the friars, they monopolized it. Congress, they controlled it. And ever since, so they wrote it into the 35 Constitution and every constitution since. And it's just gotten worse and worse. It hasn't gotten better. You could say that since the 1980s, we've had this liberalization era, but really the scope of the restrictions have actually increased.
Indeed.
And now that we've liberalized trade, why aren't we going to liberalize investment? Because investment is the precursor of trade.
Exactly.
I mean, you could raise tariffs, but then attract the investor, because behind the trade wall, they could still grow. But in there, WTO has brought down the trade barriers. We have no choice. So we're unarmed, we're unprotected. You now need the foreign investor to come in. Especially now, you need to really open it up, because there's less incentive for them under free trade to actually locate their plants in the Philippines. So if anything, you actually need to be more enticing to them, give them a better proposition than before.
Actually, that's the reason why Dr. Bernardo Villegas and even Dr. Raul Fabella, they're even saying that the reason why sila mismo, these economists say, we need to be more open to allowing foreigners to own land, even in a restricted fashion, but allowing them to at least purchase land, is that because we don't have a very attractive environment, even if we try to bring in foreign investors, we need to say to them, look, we are going to allow you to own the land that you are going to set your offices in, or your warehouse or your factories in, as an incentive, because if you don't even allow that, then parang sasabihin ng mga kumpanya, ano yung rason na pupunta kami sa Pilipinas? Magulo kayo. Yeah. So parang to compensate for that, sabi nila nina Villegas and Fabella, let them own land na lang, kahit in a limited fashion. Di naman natin sinasabi asyenda, ekta-ektarya ang nila. Kahit konting land lang. Basta allow them to own some. Allow them to own some.
Yung parang hysteria na win-whip up nila lagi na foreigners will own, that also exists in Australia. But so the National Party, who represent the rural farming community, naging issue yan. Sabi nila, wow, the Chinese are taking over everything. They're buying all the agriculture. We're gonna be bought out. Anong ginawa ng gobyerno? Because in Australia, the Foreign Investment Review Board is what regulates foreign investment. It doesn't mean that, anything goes. Every foreign investor that comes in certain sectors, including land, mining, utilities, things of national importance, media, whatever, they have to inform the government and they have to apply. There's a process by which they're screened. The treasurer can veto it. They can say, no, sorry. Like with Huawei ang mangyari. Sabi nila, no, thank you. So, and kinamula ng trade war with China now that we have it. So, but anyway, so when they actually audited it, when you surveyed Australians, how much land do foreigners own? It would be up there, 20, 30, 75% pa nga sabi nila, kasi yun yung hysteria na whip up na talaga. But when you actually use the facts, lumitaw, it was 0.5% of all
Maliit lang pala. Maliit lang pala.
Biglang,
konti lang pala.
All the hysteria, all the xenophobia, they said, here they say, Australia, like, they say white Australia, there's a part of the community that's anti-immigration and foreign investment, So you would say na overprotective pa nga sila. But in fact, ang reality is that when they audited it and they published it, 0.5% lang pala. So ano ang sinasabi ninyong foreign invasion na raw? Hindi pala totoo. So a lot of the fear can be dispelled with just proper records keeping and proper scrutiny. Kasi ang nangyari, like with the POGOs, yung mga employees, yung mga binigyan ng immigration cards, hindi na monitor eh. Bakit? Kasi illegal nga eh. The problem is when you make it restricted, ang ginagawa lang nila is they go underground. Katulad ng nangyari ng Rappler, restricted ang ownership ng foreign media. So ano ang ginawa nila? Nag-issue sila ng PDR, derivative, exotic financial instrument. Nung nabuking tuloy sila, then nawalan sila ng credibility tuloy. So anong katwiran nila? Derivative lang naman yun. It doesn't mean ownership. Hello, nandun, and then, so kaya may kaso sila ngayon. PLDT, they said, it's not just foreign direct investment, because you can also invest through in stock market investment, so portfolio investment. So some are saying even PLDT is actually owned by the Suharto Group or something.
The Salim Group.
And then some of it is because they also issued these. So hindi lang foreign direct investment. These constitutional restrictions are actually parang pasay na rin in a way. And some of them are saying, that's an excuse. So they don't really matter. So let's not change it anymore. No, we need to change it so that it becomes at least more transparent.
More transparent. And we are able to attract the transparent ones. Kasi right now, what we have ended up attracting are yung mga taong willing to circumvent
the shady ones.
Yung mga the shady ones. Kasi nga, kaya nga puro na lang mga pogo at saka yun nga, yung mga, the Salim Group ang
napapatago. Patago, kumbaga.
Kasi patago, willing sila na to use the patago. Pero kung naging bukas tayo sa mga above board types na mga investor, edi at least yung mas malinis yung mga nakukuha natin.
Diba? At least transparent siya. The public can know who owns the utilities, who owns this media company. And so they can judge for themselves, di ba? Kung foreign owned yan, and the editorial pages, yan. So alam na nila. Di katulad ngayon, we don't really know for sure who controls Rappler or who has a controlling interest in PLDT. Nag-backdoor entry, kunwari sila. So, ang punto natin is, may constitutional restriction ka, but it undermines the policy of what's in the national interest. It undermines that national patrimony, the nationalism. It's a pseudo-nationalist provision nga eh. That instead of protecting our national interest, it actually undermines it perversely in a way. It gives rise to perverse outcomes. So, yun lang ang masasabi ko.
Ang kwento ni I think it was Dr. Villegas who said the problem of the Filipino first policy is that it actually became rich Filipinos first and damn us poor Filipinos. Parang ganun eh. Parang hindi siya talaga yung ordinary Filipinos kasi nga ang nakinabang yung mga mayayaman na oligarchs at ang ordinaryong tao na kailangan ng trabaho, konti lang ang kanilang choices of work. Puwersa ngayon mag-abroad yung maraming Pilipino, napupuwersang maging OFW, nahihiwalay sa pamilya ang maraming Pilipino, di ba? Vast majority of OFWs are not with their families. I'm one of the lucky ones. You know, my wife and I are both OFWs earning good money. So kasama namin, anak namin, we're all here, no problem. Pero yung mga iba, majority, ang asawa at anak nasa Pilipinas, nandito sila para silang single, ayun, nagkakahiwalay sila sa pamilya nila. Ang paminsan nga, both parents are abroad. Yung tatay nasa Saudi, ang nanay nasa Hong Kong as a maid. Yan, no? Tapos yung anak, walang gabay. Diba? Nagiging drug addict yung bata or napupunta sa mga maling wala eh. Walang guidance. So it's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, Filipino first ba yan? So,
ganun
yan ba ibig sabihin ng Filipino first?
Wala eh. Nasira tuloy.
If technology is going to be the future, our telco has to improve. And so to become a startup, we have so much of catching up to do. Really, it's mahirap talagang gawin on our own. And so some might say, Villegas, only for the rich. You sound like Bernie Sanders. You sound like a populist. What are you talking about, caciques? And you sound like a lefty, socialist, whatever, Marxist, talking about class conflict. No, this guy is like
he's a free market.
Educated in Harvard economist.
He's Harvard educated. Yeah, he's a Harvard.
you have Raul Fabella, the dean of the UP School of Economics, who's steeped in neoclassical economics, neoclassical economics.
Kayo lang yata sa UP yung hindi apektado ng mga komunista no. Sa UP School of Economics lang yata. Kasi yung iba everywhere else parang masyado Marxist sila, pero yung School of Economics and the BA the BA group yun lang ang hindi yun lang yung medyo capitalist mindset. Diba?
So look, these guys are not populist left-wing loonies, all right? So if they're talking about it this way, it's because it's true. It's true. The country has been controlled by these interests since the start of our founding of our country. And they still have it, you could say, they still reserve it. The reason why it's in the Constitution is to make it very costly and difficult to change it. To make the built-in inertia so great that it would require so much political will and so much political capital to reverse it. Plus, it's been reinforced by our educational system and our media, controlled by them as well, to the point that Filipinos think that it is they are being anti-Filipino if they're pro-foreign investment, to the point that we actually think that way. That's how deep the control has become, not just of capital and everything, but our minds as well. Pati ang pag-iisip natin, na-ingrain na yon sa ating pananaw at sa ating, paniniwala na ng bawat Pilipino yan So, to overcome that requires so much political capital and so much political will. And so, I don't know. We've come to the point that when people ask me, how likely is this to happen? My God, you're up against really, the powerful interests and the populist lefties, So, unfortunately, that's what you're up against. So, in the popular imagination, you are you're colonially minded if you even raise the idea of opening this up. But as we've shown, hopefully through this discussion, that is far from reality, far from the truth.
I was going to ask you, Doy, do you have any other slides that you wanted to show as well?
No, that's it. That's it.
This is all it, no? Yeah. Okay. I was thinking, maybe we could do a wrap up showing the books that you have. We'll do a run through of the books that we have here, para to tell people, just to let them know.
Book club.
Book club.
The Miti and the Japanese Miracle by Chalmers Johnson, from The Growth of Industrial Policy, 1925 to 75.
Okay. I think the good thing about that book is it will show people ano yung meron sa Japan na wala sa Pilipinas, kaya hindi natin magagawa kung ano yung ginagawa nila the way they did it.
Yeah. Diba? It's based on the economic bureaucracy that was not beholden to the powerful interests, and that goes into the history of Japan. The bureaucracy started from the shogunates, of the pre-Meiji,
That's the Confucian ethic of those countries. No?
But also it points to the fact that nationalist economics is not just about protectionism.
Yes, that's right.
And it's not about import substitution. It can also be compatible with liberal free markets, depending on the times that you live in. And even under that regime, you will still need a strong state to navigate and to, like the techno state and the entrepreneurial state of that is the modern equivalent of the developmental state.
Okay.
Alice Amsden's book, Asia, the Next Giant, talks about South Korea and late industrialization, how they used market-conforming mechanisms in order to move the economy from low-skill, low-cost labor to capital-intensive, heavy industries. And they used the state again, imposed in performance standards on the chaebols so that they would follow the the agenda, and stick with the program, unlike what happened in the Philippines, where it was the reverse, where the business interests were the ones dictating and the technocrats were not being listened to. This one is by Robert Wade, Governing the Market, and talks. This is the Taiwanese growth model, and I guess it's it supports the thesis as well of Amsden and Johnson, where there was national goal setting, but by and large, again, the state was the one that was trying to govern the market. But they received a lot of foreign military aid, and they were able to channel all of that in order to improve their manufacturing industry base. This one led by Justin Yi-Fu Lin, a former World Bank chief economist, talks of the China miracle and talks about the town and village enterprises. But really the important thing here is that domestic investment and the introduction of foreign capital was responsible for about 70% of China's growth from the 70s to the 90s.
Maybe if I'll interject there. So for the benefit of our viewers, yung China kasi stands as the only cold country in East Asia. So malamig sa bansa, just like Taiwan, although it's not that cold, it is subtropical, but they do also have what they call
Japan
a winter. Japan is cold, and so is South Korea. Why is it important yung pagiging cold?
Korea.
Kasi cold countries generally force people to be more savings oriented. Kasi pag nagkaroon ng winter, usually mamamatay ka. Kung wala kang resources during winter, patay ka. So the culture develops that you have to save for a rainy day, you have to save for a wintry day, you have to be frugal, you have to be forward-looking, planning-oriented. Unlike yung mga maiinit na bansa na nasa tropics, na happy-go-lucky usually yung mga tao. Manana habit, every day is the same, okay lang, no need for planning. Kahit late ka dumating, okay lang. Walang urgency usually sa mga tropical countries, which is why tropical countries have traditionally, if they want to succeed, they had to go through the foreign direct investment route. Whereas China copied the tropical countries. It copied Singapore in its being foreign direct investment related. Why?
I see your point now.
Because China, they could not do the domestic entrepreneurial route early on. Kasi noong time nung si Deng Xiaoping na ang naging leader, wala silang kapitalista eh. Dahil si Mao, pinaalis niya o either pinatay niya o pinaalis niya ang mga kapitalista ng China. Yung mga kapitalista ng China, pinaalis at pumunta sila sa Taiwan at pumunta sa Hong Kong. At ang naiwan na lang sa China, yung mga walang kaalam-alam sa business. Kasi anti-business.
All the intellectuals and
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
The gist of what these books, the gist of what these books are saying is that East Asia grew using not
East Asia minus China,
centralized. No, including China in this sense. What they're saying is that they grew using not the centralized planning model of Russia, which is an irrational planning model, but a plan rationale which used market conforming mechanisms. And they didn't do it to the extent that other countries in Latin America did, because they had an efficient, effective state that was not beholden to the interests of the business class. So they were able to make rational economic decision makings, not based on personal interest, but on the national interest. And so they didn't require a lot of the heavy-handedness that was present in other developing countries at that time. So contrary to the notion that we need to nationalize everything to follow the East Asian model, that is complete bollocks. And but however, just relying on the free market thing as well is not necessarily going to lead us to nirvana. There has to be a competent state that is helping to direct all of this. But in the 21st century, it's no longer about physical capital is no longer about labor in a sense. It's about intellectual capital.
Intellectual
It's about
capital.
human
Yeah.
capital. So kaya in order to attract investments, we're going to have to develop that. And in order to develop that, we're going to have to attract foreign, where is the intellectual capital centers of the world? They're not in the Philippines. So we have to draw them to the Philippines. And they combine with our SMEs and our ingenious working population, our small business people, our entrepreneurs. They are the ones and our workers who are smart and industrious, who go to university. Our engineers, our scientists. They are the ones who are going to develop the country moving forward. It's not so who is going to benefit from this? It's the broad sections of our country. Yes, there may be people who, because of lack of cognitive development, because of underdevelopment, are not going to be able to level up. But through the wealth creation done by these sets, they're going to be able to provide the social safety net to help them kahit papano. Unlike the current situation we are in, where kontrolado yung mga key sectors and they're not allowed to grow. So, if we're gonna copy East Asia, do it the right way. Don't do it the wrong way. But also change it for the modern times. It's no longer the 50s and 70s. We're no longer import substitution. That's no longer possible. It has to be done the smart way. And so that's what Vietnam is doing now. That's what China is doing now. That's what Singapore is doing now. And in order to emulate them, we can't go back to that kind of false nationalism. We have to adopt the true nationalism, because that's going to be to the true benefit of our people, and we'll benefit from mining through the royalties as well, as we said. The small operators there's still a place for them, but as exploration firms. But once they find the deposits, the large companies can come in and really use the modern techniques and sustainable methods to extract that sustainably. And we'll benefit from the royalties that can then be used to support and supply the safety net. So that's the option A, option B, that we are looking at here.
So I'll go on and saying just to wrap it up with everyone also. Yung foreign direct investments are really, really good for everyone, particularly because they create jobs. And not just that they create jobs, they create a lot of really good opportunities for local businesses also. Because when you have foreign direct investors coming into an area, yung area na yan, dumami yung mga taong may pera, and nagkakaroon ng spillover and multiplier effect. So yung that foreign investment, that foreign company that comes in, mangangailangan din yan not just to hire people, but they'll also need to have suppliers. They also need to have canteens inside their, to feed their people, diba? Mangangailangan din yan ng mga shuttle bus services. So they will hire a shuttle bus service company. Mangangailangan niya ng security guard. So kailangan din lang magbayad ng security agency. Ang daming mga businesses na locally owned na makikinabang dun sa mga foreign investors na papasok. Tapos just outside, accountants, lawyers,
HR
ganyan.
practitioners,
Yes.
to train them. All of those people, professionals.
outside of the company, or outside of the area where the working is happening, yung magkakaroon ng mga shops, magkakaroon ng mga malls, kasi after office hours, yung mga empleyado, kailangan din nilang bumili ng mga damit or whatever. Yan, may pera na sila dahil may sweldo. Dadami ang mga oportunidad para sa mga ordinaryong negosyante. Pag pumasok ang mga foreign direct investors, hindi naman sila papasok para makipagkompetensya kay Aling Nenas Karinderya. Hindi naman sila papasok para makipagkompetensya doon kay Junjun's Vulcanizing Shop. Hindi. Gagawa sila ng malalaking kumpanya na usually wala namang Pilipinong pumapasok sa mga ganyang napaka-high-tech na kumpanya. So, they have a niche role to play, and the Filipino companies usually are unfortunately still in a lower technological point. They will be doing something different from these
Yeah.
large foreign companies, but everybody will benefit. Magkakaroon ng
Yeah.
trabaho, magkakaroon ng maraming economic
And
opportunities and business opportunities for others.
going back to Pinyol's argument, yung Hanjin shipping sa
Oo.
Bataan na nagsara and thousands of people were laid off. If not for COVID, an Australian company was meant to come in, I believe, and build ships for both the Philippine Navy as well as build ships for the rest of the world. No, so it's sabi niya like umutang daw sila sa Philippine banks and then umalis sila with all those debts. Pero ang counter argument doon is that naiwan nila yung dock,
Infrastructure.
yung
Oo.
yung yung kung ano ang ginamit nila, what they use that money for is still there
It's still
and
there.
can now
Yes.
be used. Kaya nakaka-attract ng ibang foreign companies to come in to take it over because they see an
Yes.
opportunity. So it doesn't just mean na just because may isang kumpanya na nagsara, na that means foreign investment is bad. For how long were they there in Bataan? Yung Hanjin na yan. And during that time, they provided employment.
Yeah,
Diba?
yeah.
And during that time, and still the assets are still there.
Are still there. Yeah.
So
Pwede
meaning to
naman
say,
gamitin ng iba yun.
had it not been for COVID, this Australian company and I think an American company was going to take over and build ships.
Indeed,
And so it doesn't yung ano niya count yung yon. So and then like Intel daw nagsara yung silicon ano. Well, that just means goes to show that it went somewhere else where it was cheaper, and we have to now move up the value chain. You cannot keep those jobs by nationalizing it.
Yeah.
Just by restricting it to local investors. I'm sorry to say, that is just a bunch of baloney.
Mali yung
Somebody
kanyang
else
economic
that-
and business sense eh. Wala eh.
Yeah, that's right. So what needs to happen though is that we should have developed in the capabilities to move up the value chain. And the thing is, it might have just been the problem that Intel was having. So company
Yeah,
specific.
Indeed.
And another chip maker might come in and the same thing can happen. It's so
Indeed.
let's not be fooled by these arguments that and like would a domestic investor be any different really?
They would have look whereas it was probably foreign investors and then they left. In the case of a domestic investor, if they lost money and they became bankrupt, they'd have closed. So it's the same story. If they kung nalugi sila, they would have closed anyway. So I mean, I want talaga
Yeah.
wala lang talagang business sense si si Piñol. I'm sorry to say, but his understanding of economics is very just down there. Wala siyang understanding of business. Wala siyang understanding of economics. He doesn't have the same kinds of insights that overseas Filipinos like you and I have. Wala siyang kaalam-alam about this. Baryotic yung kanyang mindset, unfortunately. So
and to the point that if you're a foreign overseas Filipino like us and you're talking like we do, you will be branded as a parang hindi ka na Pilipino, tunay na Pilipino eh. Parang half Filipino ka na lang eh. Yun ang turing nila sa atin kung minsan eh, di ba?
nakakalimutan nila
So this
na
mentality,
nakakalimutan nila na yun yung rason kung bakit maganda yung output ni na Rizal at ni na Luna at saka sina Del Pilar, sina Marcelo Del Pilar kasi nandun sila sa labas, na expose sila anong nangyayari sa industrialization dun sa Europe
Mulat
and
sila.
the era of intellectualization and the Enlightenment. Yun ang hindi nila nakigets eh.
So
I'll go now with my
tayo magpadala.
I'll now go with my book
your
review.
turn.
Yeah, so my turn. So ito mga kababayan, yung mga libro na magandang basahin, meron dito tayong yung A Doctor in the House. This is the book by Dr. Tun Mahathir bin Mohamad. So Mahathir Mohamad was the former prime minister of Malaysia, who just like Lee Kuan Yew transformed Singapore. This guy transformed Malaysia. he talks a lot about what did he learn, what were the mistakes he made, what were the good things that were done under his time, what were yun nga, yung mga insights niya. And a lot of it is about why in foreign direct investors are good. Now, of course, you would like to read also yung Third World to First. I didn't bring it here, but I think I have it somewhere there.
Lee Kuan Yew.
By kay Lee Kuan
Yeah.
Yew. But anyway, it's all there as well. So just read that too. Another good book to read is False Economy, a surprising economic history of the world. And it also talks about why countries succeed or fail and how things could be different. So it really has that. And another corollary book to that, of course, is this very famous one, Why Nations Fail, The Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty. So, yun, magagandang mga libro to. And I have so many other books, but we don't have all the time in the world to show everything at today. So, yun, magpo 4 hours na nga tayo pala, no? Grabe.
We don't have that, despite the fact that we've been going on for 4 hours. Yeah, okay.
Pero yeah, I mean, ang dami talagang pag-uusapan. But I really, really thank everybody. Doy and I thank everyone who's been really here with us the whole time. No, I know it's 4 hours. We didn't even take a pee break, but I'm sure everyone. I can see the comments. No, everyone is so parang thankful and they're really thankful to us for sharing our knowledge about especially to you, Doy, and kasi most of it really was coming from you. They're really so appreciative of these 4 hours that we've spent talking all about the stuff that we were talking about. Ang dami nilang natutunan, and they're really thankful to us. So thanks again. And I'm really thankful to all of the people who came in and watched. Si Maria Teresa Lopez. Sabi niya, nako, na late na ako. You can always watch this anyway. Don't worry. Kasi naka-record naman to. Pwede mong panoorin to. Habang nagpa-plan siya, all 4 hours of it.
Do it in stages, baby.
Do it in stages. Or, kung kunyari, you're naglalaba, or nagpa-plan siya, or doing household chores, full blast mo na lang yung volume.
Talk radio, yes.
Nakikinig ka. Pero, ganun na lang. Pero lahat ng information na ito makukuha nyo if you watch it again, and you'll learn so much na magiging magaling kayong makapag-rebut sa mga kumukontra sa mga foreign direct investments. So, yun na lang po. Doy, any last words?
Nasabi ko na lahat actually. Pagod na ako. Apat na oras tayo nagkwentuhan dito.
Grabe na. It's
Pero yun lang, wag lang tayo magpadala dun sa mga argumento nila. Kasi I think a lot of that is based on the reptilian brain, yung
emotional
fear the foreigner, matakot tayo sa dayuhan, etc., etc. It wasn't really the foreigners who exploited us in the last 120 years. You will see from our discussion here today.
It's the oligarchs. It's the oligarchs. Nako.
It was a product of an accident of history in the Americans, unintentional. The Malolos Constitution wasn't like that because the friar, but now they're so entrenched and they control everything, what we think and what we see in media and through the educational system. Pervasive So to the point na iniisip natin na we are anti-Filipino if we stand on this principle. Actually, the only thing anti-Filipino is the fact that they have managed to keep these restrictions in our constitution for so long, and have even widened the restrictions for so long to the detriment of most Filipinos.
Walang trabaho ang maraming tao dahil doon puwersadong maging OFW ang napakaraming Pilipino, puwersadong mag-abroad, mag-migrate ang maraming Pilipino, at nangyayari maraming Pilipino hindi kasama ang kanilang pamilya, ang kanilang mga anak, walang gabay kasi nga ang both parents nga paminsan nasa abroad. Nako, terrible.
Kung umangat ang buhay natin in these last few decades, it has been large part because of direct foreign investment na nag-provide din kahit papano ng kahit konting industrialization sa ating bansa. It wasn't really because of, so isipin nyo, if that had been restricted, we wouldn't even experience the little bit of middle income status that we currently have. Now, if we open up even these remaining sectors, it doesn't mean na everything goes na kahit ano na lang pwede na tayong pasukan ng kahit sino. It can still be regulated, it can still be screened, it can still be monitored in a way that will suit our national interest.
In fact, you can say that foreign investors, when they come in, foreign companies, when they come in, they will be subject to Philippine laws. They have to follow our laws anyway,
Yeah.
di ba? Ganun lang naman yun. If they do anything that is suspicious, they do anything that is against national security, we can get rid of them. I mean, it's wala, hindi naman porket 100%
and
nawala na tayo. Pag 100% sila owned by another country, doesn't mean that we don't have control over them. We still do. So yun.
That's true. And so now that our state has sort of a capacity to do that, our economists in the Department of Finance, Trade, NEDA, they're competent people. I think the Philippines has reached a point where we can actually supervise this and besides the powerful interests that will supposedly lose out, we'll keep a hawk's eye on them, syempre, to make sure that any misstep that they make, ibubulgar nila yan sa Kongreso or sa media that they own. So we have less to fear, and once you publish the database of these, what it will force is for ownership to be above board. Hindi katulad ngayon na patago sa PLDT, sa Rappler, patago ginagawa, hindi natin alam. We need to know. So lift the restrictions and regulate them, but make it transparent. Make the rules such.
Oo nga.
Lays the golden egg.
Okay.
So we have
guys,
nothing to fear really, but fear itself. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, guys, it's 4 hours na tayo. 4 hours and 3 minutes na nga ngayon. So ako kailangan ko na rin kumain ng lunch ko. So guys, at saka naiihi na ako. Anyway, guys, so maraming salamat sa lahat. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Doy. Thank you very much for sharing all your wisdom and your experience and all your readings to us and to me. I learned so much, man. I mean, I learned so much, mate. So
I learned so much from preparing for today. I reviewed everything and I kind of have a better understanding of it myself. So thank you.
So thanks again sa lahat ng mga viewers natin, lahat ng just keep on sharing it. Dapat umabot to ng 2,000 shares para talagang lumaganap siya. Make sure you share this with Manny Piñol. Share this also with si George, si Ahmed, at saka kay Trixie, at saka sa lahat ng mga taong kumukontra sa foreign direct investments. Sa mga ibon, ipashare nyo ito. Share. Share this para may matutunan sila. Lahat ng mga ignorante, may matututunan sila. Para gumanda naman ang bansa. Hindi lang naman to para sa atin, para sa kanila rin to . Kasi lahat naman ay makikinabang. Lahat, pati sila, pati yung mga kumukontra, makikinabang. Gaganda ang buhay nating lahat pag pumasok ang maraming mga foreign direct investors sa Pilipinas. Si Doy, kami ni Doy, makakauwi na rin kami ng Pilipinas at some point pag gumanda ang Pilipinas. So, yun, di ba? So, thanks again, everyone. And you can always go to the correctphilippines.org website. Yeah, correctphilippines.org. Puntahan nyo yan. You can read a lot there. We have a lot of PhD authored academic papers that we're making available to everyone there. One of these days, maybe Doy's papers will also be there as well. Doctor na siya. By that time siguro, pag tapos na yung PhD mo, nandiyan yung mga papers mo. If you have current papers, let me have them so I can put them also on the site as well.
Sure. No worries.
Yun. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Doy, thanks again. Everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. Goodbye and have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.